Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV, and we are here to bring you the live updates on the Philadelphia and DC plane crashes, and also the Trump tariffs. And there's supposed to be a NTSB briefing on the Philadelphia plane crash starting in like a minute. It's a little confusing though, because I don't know that they're broadcasting it. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that. Maybe I can get you audio of it if nothing else. But usually they broadcast things, but maybe they're not showing that today. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if NTSB is showing their own briefing. The one in the Philadelphia one. So just give me a second. Let me... Sorry, I just saw this, by the way. City of Philadelphia had posted today. You can see that 6 perished in the plane. Oh, at least one more person perished in the incident. Sorry, my schedule's all messed up, so I'm kind of just getting started here, so I'm not caught up like I think some of you probably are. So 6 people died, and at least one other person died, and at least 19 treated at multiple hospitals. But that's not the NTSB briefing that's going on. Because the NTSB briefing is supposed to be indoors. In the thing that's going on with... Oh, hold on. Yeah, the NTSB briefing hasn't started yet. Okay. All right. The NTSB briefing has not started yet. For Philadelphia. There's 2 of them. There's a Philadelphia one and a DC one today. All right. So give me just 1 second here. I didn't even know that these other officials were going to be speaking. Sorry for the confusion. I knew about the NTSB briefing. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, so right around now, there's supposed to be an NTSB briefing, but maybe they're waiting for that other briefing I didn't even know about, which I don't have video of. There are officials talking in Pennsylvania right now. All right, so just let me just take a moment. At 6 p.m. At 6 p.m. there's a NTSB briefing on the other plane crash. Also, we're keeping you up to date on the Trump tariffs issue. Canadian media is reporting that Trump told Canada the tariffs will start. Oh, Trump has signed tariffs? I'm seeing reports that Trump has signed tariffs. I am seeing a report right now that Trump has signed tariffs. Okay, guys? Trump has signed off on tariffs. I'm seeing that right now. I want to be careful about what actually it says. Hold on, because it's a little unclear to me. I'm seeing some different reporting. So Josh Wingrove says Trump has signed 3 executive orders implementing 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico, 25% on Canada except energy, and 10% on energy is 10%, and 10% on China. Also, the orders have a retaliation clause, and tariffs could rise if the other countries respond. But I'm not sure when they take effect, because there was reporting from Canada today that said that that the tariffs on Canada would take place on Tuesday. So I'm not sure if these tariffs take place, come into play, start taking effect immediately or not. This is just breaking news right now on these tariffs. No, he had not. Reportedly, he has just signed an executive order. Oh, also, the Army has now identified the third soldier killed in the helicopter. Idris Ali of Reuters says that the U.S. Army has identified the third soldier killed in the helicopter in the D.C. crash. Her name is Captain Rebecca M. Lobach of Durham, North Carolina. Again, Rebecca M. Lobach of Durham, North Carolina. We'll talk more about that later. Certainly condolences to her family. So breaking tariff news. Again, so what I am hearing on the tariffs from different outlets is that Trump just signed 3 executive orders on new tariffs. We have 25% on Canada and Mexico, but energy products from Canada are 10% and 10% on China. And also supposedly if other countries retaliate, the tariffs could go up. And I believe Justin Trudeau in Canada, who's still prime minister, even though he's going to resign, but he's still prime minister, he is going, I believe, going to speak. And China, I don't know if Canada or Mexico or China is going to announce retaliatory tariffs. So we're bringing you all these live updates right now. Martina Stevis Gridniff, who is with New York Times, says that that Justin Trudeau is planning on responding around 6 p.m. Okay? All right, so we have new tariff news. New tariff news. Harrison Fields, who works in the White House, posted, I'll show you. Harrison Fields said, tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, and China are signed. This just happened. When do they come into effect, though? When do they come into effect? I don't know what the executive orders say. By the way, there's going to be an NTSB briefing soon on the Philadelphia plane crash. So all this stuff is going on. And I will do my best to bring you what I can. Thank you, Joy, for the gift memberships, PZ Papa Zulu gift memberships. Let me just change the headline. Trump signs tariff executive orders. Sometimes executive orders approving new tariffs. Okay. Thank you, Madeline Rosario, too. 495. Thank you, Steppenwolf, for your support. And also, thanks to our moderators. We have moderating right now Beth Mythical, Beezy, Roberts May Queen. Thank you. Linda Belkin, Larry, and Misha on X. Also over there on Twitch. Hang on a moment. So much news going on right now. Please, just give me a second. Thanks for your patience. Big Ball of Yarn Hearsay, LB Prairie on McBritch's Surly Dev on Twitch. And thanks to Love Francis, too, for subscribing on Twitch. Also, thanks to our Facebook moderators. So, new tariffs have been ordered by Trump. Breaking news. Breaking news. Thank you, Kay Lowry Body, for moderating. Thank you, Kay, for being over there right now. All right. Has Trump posted about it on Truth Social? Let's see. I don't know. I'm going to look right now. No. Will he speak about this? Maybe he'll speak about it right now. I don't know if I'll have live video of the Philadelphia. Either there'll be live video of the NTSB press conference on the Philadelphia crash, or they'll post it after. Elena Treen of CNN reports that the tariffs do include a retaliation clause, which means that Josh Wingrove said that too. The tariffs can go up if other countries respond to them with their own tariffs. I'm going to change the headline. It's going to be Trump orders tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. Okay, hang on a moment here. Oh, there's a White House. Hold on, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. We are trying to, this tariff breaking news is happening now. So more information coming in. There's supposed to be a new fact sheet coming out about the tariffs. I'm looking at one that Elena Treen posted, but it doesn't have, does it have specifics on the order? Yes, so let me show you this. Elena Treen of CNN posted, I guess she got an early copy of it, this document released by the White House. I haven't seen it posted yet. So here is this document from the White House, this fact sheet. Again, it was posted by Elena Treen, but I assume the White House will just post it on their website soon. You can see it says White House. Until the crisis... the extraordinary threat posed by illegal aliens and drugs, including deadly fentanyl, constitutes a national emergency under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Until the crisis is alleviated, President Trump is implementing a 25% additional tariff on all imports from Canada and Mexico and 10% additional tariff on imports from China. The only exemption is for energy resources from Canada, which will have a 10% tariff. All right, hang on a moment. We're bringing you live breaking news coverage here. They just posted it. Hey, look. The White House just posted. Here are the facts you need to know. The White House says President Trump is taking decisive action to protect Americans from the fentanyl crisis. Fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45. Today's tariff announcement is necessary to hold China, Mexico, and Canada accountable for their promises to halt the flood of poisonous drugs into the United States. Here are the facts you need to know, says the White House. President Trump is implementing a 25% tariff to be paid for. All right, well, it's not paid for by Mexican producers. The way tariffs work is importers who import these goods pay the tariffs. Just to be clear, that's the way it works. When there's a tariff on imports coming into the U.S., the importers in the U.S. pay the tariff. Now, maybe Maybe the producer, the original producer of the goods, will increase or decrease their prices. I don't know, but that's the way it works. So it's not, I mean, the Mexican producers don't pay it. It's paid by the importer. It's a 25% tariff on Mexican goods coming in until Mexico cooperates with the U.S. in the fight against drugs. Mexican cartels are the world's leading traffickers of fentanyl, meth. What does it say here? Fentanyl, meth, and other drugs. These cartels have an alliance with the government of Mexico and endanger the national security and public health of the U.S. Also, President Trump is implementing a 25% tariff on Canadian goods and a 10% tariff on Canadian energy resources until Canada cooperates with the U.S. against drug traffickers and border security. There is growing production of fentanyl in Canada, and enough fentanyl was seized at the northern border last fiscal year to kill 9.8 million Americans. Additionally, illegal border crossings from Canada reach historic new highs every year for the past 4 fiscal years, says the White House. The White House says President Trump is implementing a 10% tariff on all goods from China until we secure the full cooperation of the Chinese government in the fight against fentanyl. China plays the central role in the fentanyl crisis that is destroying American lives. In fact, the White House says the Chinese Communist Party has subsidized Chinese chemical companies to export fentanyl. China not only fails to stem the source of illicit drugs, but actively helps this business. The fake news is already lying about the impact of the tariffs, says the White House. A 2024 study on the effects of the tariffs during his first administration found they strengthened the U.S. economy and led to significant reshoring in industries like manufacturing and steel production. Even former Biden Treasury Secretary Yellen affirmed last year that tariffs do not harm consumers. Well, the White House is saying this will strengthen the economy and not harm consumers. We'll have to see what happens. Now, the NTSB is doing a briefing right now on Philadelphia, but they're not showing it live. Yeah, so guys, what I'm going to do right now, here's what I'm going to do. Okay? I'm going to focus on the tariffs thing right now. I don't have the video. I do not have live video I can use of the Philadelphia NTSB briefing that's going on right now, but I think they're going to post it after. So what I'd rather do right now is focus on the tariffs, and my assumption is that I will get the NTSB video and play that for you. This is the Philadelphia briefing. There's supposed to be a DC NTSB briefing at 6, which I should have live video. But NTSB, if they don't show it live, they will post it after. So I don't have video I have the rights to, is what I'm saying. I can watch it if I want somewhere, but I can only show video I have the rights to, and there's no video of it I have the rights to. Okay? So, I'd rather show it to you when I have video, and also if I just start playing audio, then I can't talk about the tariffs. So, I actually think at this point, the new tariffs just signed by Trump, I think is a more important thing to talk about right away than the press briefing on the Philadelphia air accident, which I can play you a little later. So I'm going to do that right now. But I will play that for you when I get it. But this tariff stuff is just happening right now. It's just happening right now. All right, hang on a moment. So breaking news, new tariffs. Breaking news. Will Trump speak on this? This just happened. This just happened. And we're expecting a response from Justin Trudeau. And let me repeat, it is 25% on all goods coming in from Mexico. 25% on everything from Canada except energy. Energy is 10%. And 10% on everything from China. Now, do these take effect immediately? I don't know. I haven't seen the executive orders. So do they take effect immediately? Or is it like they take effect in 3 days? No one's reporting that yet. No one is reporting on that yet. The text, none of the new reports that I've seen come out yet say specifically when they start. I mean the official reports, not unofficial. And the text has not been released yet. Have not yet seen any official word on whether the tariffs begin immediately or there's some delay to allow for negotiation. Yeah, all of the reports just say he signed an executive orders ordering tariffs. And that's what the White House stuff says, but nothing is specific on, the executive order could say these tariffs officially start on Tuesday, right? So I don't know yet. There's nothing official about when these start. Do they start right now? Do they start Tuesday? Do they start some other day? I am aware the NTSB is talking about Philadelphia. I do not have video. I'm going to actually put that on the screen. I'm going to put something on the screen that says, I'm aware that the NTSB is giving an update on Philadelphia. I do not have access to live video for that I can show you. So I'm going to focus on the tariffs, and we will hopefully be able to replay you the Philadelphia briefing in not too long a time. Steve is aware that the NTSB is giving an update on the Philadelphia plane crash. He does not have live video. He has the rights to. In order to show it live. He is planning on showing a replay of that briefing as soon as he is able to. We should have live video of the DC plane crash of the NTSB press briefing on the DC plane crash at 6 p.m. ET. I got to put that on the screen because everybody's going to say it every 5 seconds that the NTSB is giving a briefing, which I'm aware of. Also, I want to focus on the tariffs right now because I think that's the more pressing issue. Oops, I got to update that. All right, hang on a moment. They have not let me just, that's not really relevant what you're seeing on the air, but I want to just post the red ticker and make sure you can see the red ticker. Whoop, no, that's fine. We're all good. We're all good. Where's this thing? There. Yeah, and I'm also aware that, again, Justin Trudeau is supposed to be speaking around 6. Well, you know what? So Trump has signed tariff order on new tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. By the way, the NTSB has said, well, I'll wait. We can always replay the audio of that too. So I'm going to hold off on playing that. If I hear of any huge updates from the NTSB press conference going on right now about Philadelphia, I will let you know. Brian Inton said that the NTSB said the flight lasted less than a minute. Debris is very fragmented, spread over a wide area, and they are still looking for the black box, which could be severely damaged. Again, no word yet, and I think it's important. No word yet on what do these take effect now, or do they take effect, say, Tuesday or something? That's two very different things. That's two very different things. You can see here, Trump imposes tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China, raising prospect of higher costs for U.S. consumers. President Trump signed, AP says, President Trump signed an order to impose stiff tariffs on imports from Mexico, Canada, and China, fulfilling a campaign promise, but raising the prospect of increased prices for American consumers. Trump is declaring an economic emergency to put duties of 10% on all imports from China and 25% on imports from Mexico and Canada, except for 10% on Canada oil. Canadian energy, I think it is. Mexico and Canada are America's. China, Mexico, and Canada, I believe, are America's largest trading partners. The White House said Trump's order also includes a mechanism to escalate the rates if the countries retaliate against the U.S., as they have threatened. Trump says the tariffs are to force the countries to do more to stop the flow of fentanyl into the U.S., but also dovetail with his embrace of protectionist measures to boost domestic manufacturing and as a potential source of revenue for the federal government. Thank you, Carl Carlson. Hold on, but Carl, you really need to respect the rules of the chat. Okay, Carl? Please respect the rules of the chat. Thank you, Martin Gingrich and Tanner Toxicity for your support, and Turned Off and Caffeinated Misfit and Adrian Goodman. Also, Space Fraggle, Madeline Rosario, Aaron Dooley, Christian Birch, Neil Johnson. Hang on a moment. So Trump has just signed executive orders on tariffs. I am waiting to see, is Trump going to speak? He has not posted yet on his Truth Social about the tariffs. I have it. I have the executive order here. I just got an email with the executive order. Hang on a moment, guys. Give me a moment. I just saw it. They just posted it. One moment, please. One moment, please. One moment, please. I am looking at it right now. A nation without border, blah, 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 blah. I expand the scope of this national emergency. It's 12:01 a.m. on February 4th. 12:01 a.m. February 4th for Canada. Is that all of them? I'm looking at it right now. Canada, it says... Not February. No, February 1st. Hold on. There's different dates. It's confusing. There's different dates. There's some February 1st and some February 4th. Hold on. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Oh my gosh. I have to, it's all, here's part of the executive order right here. Let me show you here. I have the order, but it's confusing. Okay, look. You can look at it with me. You can look at it with me. Okay, all articles that are products of Canada as defined by the blah, 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 and except for those products of this section, shall be consistent with a 25% duty on or after 12:01 Eastern Time on February 4th, except goods blah, 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 after such time, blah, 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 12:01 February 1st. Oh, this is not easy to figure out. I have to really parse this. I don't have an easy answer. I'm seeing February 4th and February 1st. Uh-oh. All right, let's do this again. And this is just the Canada section. This isn't even the other section. All right, let's just look at this again. I'm sorry, but we have to look at what the order actually says. Okay. All articles that are products of Canada as defined by the blah, blah, blah of this section, and except for those described in this other section, shall be subject to an additional 25% tax, such rate of duty with respect to goods entered for consumption or withdrawn from warehouse for consumption on or after 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time on February 4th, except that goods entered for consumption or withdrawn from warehouse for consumption after such time, that were loaded onto a vessel on the port of loading or in transit on the final mode of transport prior to entry into the U.S. before 12:01. I don't know what this all means on February 1st. Okay, I can't even tell whether this means February 4th or February 1st. You can see it has both dates in there. I also have to turn off this stupid magnifying glass thing. How do I do that? Sorry, the magnifying glass is on. I'm going to leave it on for right now. So, again, I'm not a lawyer. And so I'm trying to figure out if this means, basically means, and this says February 4th down here. Such rate of duty with the 10% on the energy stuff. It mentions February 4th and February 1st as well. So let me defer to the experts, but it's possible that it's actually Tuesday. And if it's Tuesday, then the question still remains, is he really intending on imposing these? Or is he just going to lift them before Tuesday? I'm looking at the rest of the order here. Is that one just on Canada? Oh, this order, I'm sorry. The order I was just reading was just for Canada. That's just the Canada one. So there's going to be another one for Mexico and another one for China. So the Canada order mentions both today and Tuesday, and I cannot figure out, practically speaking, what the language actually means. But I can tell you, and you're looking at it, because I literally have the text of the executive order, that it does mention Tuesday and today. It says, such rate of duty shall apply with respect to goods entered for consumption or withdrawn from warehouse for consumption on or after 12:01 a.m. on February 4th, which is Tuesday, except that goods entered for consumption or withdrawn from warehouse for consumption after such time that were loaded onto a vessel at the port of loading or in transit on the final mode of transport prior to entry into the United States before 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time on February. All right, I'm going to post this. Give me a second here. This is from the actual executive orders on tariffs. I am certainly not a lawyer, but I think this might mean the tariffs might basically begin at 12:01 a.m. Tuesday? All right. Well, again, I think this is important. They don't begin until they begin, right? So, because there has been this, some people are of, some people, oh, yeah, Josh Wingrove of Bloomberg said the same basic thing. Josh Wingrove of Bloomberg says the new U.S. tariffs on Canada, the only executive order published so far, go into effect at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, unless the goods got there before 12:01 a.m. this morning as I read this. Some have been of the view that Trump is basically bluffing on tariffs. I guess we won't really know that until Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. I'm assuming the timing is similar for Mexico and China. This is I think this is an important point. So my point here is this. My point, you might say, like, Steve, what does it matter if it's Tuesday or today? Some out there have looked at these tariff threats by Trump as saying, oh, he's not really going to do it. It's a negotiation tool. He's trying to get the best deal, the art of the deal, the art of the deal. And so you don't know that for sure whether he's basically bluffing or serious until they go into effect. So he can sign the executive order, but they're still not in effect. I mean, so great, he signed the executive order, but the executive order says Tuesday. So we need to wait until 12:01 a.m. Tuesday to see, because maybe on Monday night, he just takes whatever deal's being offered then and says, we reached a deal. Maybe on Monday night, we get a big post on Truth Social from Trump, which says, I was going to post the tariffs, but the threat worked. Canada has been great. Prime Minister Trudeau, he's going to help. He's going to help on the fentanyl. He's going to help on the border. Oh, Claudia Sheinbaum, President Sheinbaum, she has now made a brand new commitment. She caved. She's helping on fentanyl. She's helping on the border. President Xi, great guy, smart guy. He knew he had to agree with me. He's going to help on the fentanyl. So no tariffs from now. But if they don't do what they say they're going to do, all hell's going to break loose. Maybe he'll post something like that on Monday night on Truth Social, and then there's no tariffs. So we'll see what happens. I just don't know. I don't want to. Now, hey, Trump just posted on Truth Social right now. He just posted on Truth Social right now. Here you go. Today, I have implemented a 25% tariff on imports from Mexico and Canada, 10% on Canadian energy, and a 10% additional tariff on China. This was done through the International Energy Economic Powers Act because of the major threat of illegal aliens and deadly drugs killing our citizens, including fentanyl. We need to protect Americans, and it is my duty as president to ensure the safety of all. I made a promise on my campaign to stop the flood of illegal aliens and drugs from pouring across our borders, and Americans overwhelmingly voted in favor of it. So there you so again, the Canada ones apparently start 12:01 a.m. on Tuesday. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if they're going to actually take effect or if there'll be some miraculous deal reached on Monday night. I'm going to read some comments in a second. I've just been trying to get you the latest updates here on what's actually happening. But I think it's very important it's not a small detail that they don't begin right away, that they begin on Tuesday. Amram says, I bet there will be a deal. We're going to do a poll right now. The poll is, will there be a deal to avoid the tariffs before Tuesday? And I'm not going to ask three different ones for three different countries. So I'm going to ask a general question, and I guess you just take it as you wish. But I kind of think it's either going to be all or nothing, but you never know. I'm just gonna ask it in that way. Will there be a deal to avoid the tariffs before Tuesday? Is my question to you. I know it's a bit simplified because there's 3 different countries, but let's just assume for the sake of assumption that it's either an all or nothing deal and that they all agree to a deal or they all don't. Let's do that. And I'm going to show you what you guys have to say. Let me just post this poll. Let me just finish posting the poll everywhere. All right, I'm going to show you the results of the poll now, basically. Okay, I said to you guys, will there be a deal to avoid the tariffs before Tuesday, which is Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. Basically, it's Monday night. But over on YouTube, 61% say no, 39% say yes. On Twitch, will there be a deal to avoid the tariffs before Tuesday? 78% no, 21% yes. By the way, another question I could have asked would be, will the reaction of the market on Monday affect whether Trump wants to make a deal on the tariffs before Tuesday? I don't know what to tell you about that. Over on Facebook, hang on. The Facebook vote right now is 50-50. All right, give me a moment here. We're going to take some comments from you guys. Again, it's for all products from Mexico, everything from Canada except energy. Energy is 10% instead of 25%, and everything from China. Oops, you can't see the poll. Why can't you see the Twitch poll? I have to fix this. Let me fix the Twitch poll so you can see it. 76% say no deal before Tuesday on Twitch, and 62% say no deal before Tuesday on YouTube. Quick thanks to Terrapin Station, Raven Knight, Turned Off, Grevin Share, Mega Airhead, Solid Pixel. Solid Pixel says it worked to get Colombia to negotiate. He is trying it with Canada, etc. now. Thank you, Carl Carlson. Thank you, Carl. Apology accepted. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it. Morning Glory thinks there will be a deal. The majority of you who voted do not think there's going to be a deal. All right, thank you for voting in our poll. Let's get you some more updates here. There is supposed to be a 6 p.m. All right, we have a lot going on right now. So hang on a moment. By the way, on Facebook, it was 50-50 on the poll. So there's 2 things that are supposed to happen at 6 p.m. Justin Trudeau, from what I saw, was supposed to speak at 6 p.m., although I don't know if that's still happening, with Canada's response. With a response to these new tariffs that take place, at least in Canada, I guess, start on Tuesday morning. So what happened here? Hold on a second here. Give me one moment. And there's also supposed to be a press briefing by the NTSB on the DC crash. If they're both on the same time, I'll show Trudeau and then play the press briefing after. I should have. Oh, I don't need to have this up there anymore. The ticker, the red ticker. I don't need that on at this point. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Close results. Okay. So let me just turn off the red ticker because we don't need that up there anymore. But let me also look around and see what the deal is, if I can find anything more about the timing of Trudeau speaking. All right, that's off. I have not seen the text yet of the Mexico one or the China one. That has not been released. The only one that's been released so far that I've seen is Canada executive order. Okay, hang on a moment. Give me a moment. This is the Premier of Ontario Province who posted something. Hold on. I want to show you what he said. Doug Ford, who is the Premier of Ontario Province, said, "I'm extremely disappointed that President Trump has chosen to walk away from a trading relationship that for decades has made life better for millions of workers on both sides of the border. I wish we weren't here. I wish Ontario and Canada were working together with our American friends and allies to make our two countries the richest, most successful, safest, most secure on the planet. Instead, Trump has chosen to move forward with tariffs that will only hurt America and make Americans poorer. Canada now has no choice but to hit back and hit back hard. As Premier of Ontario, the federal government has my full support for a strong and forceful response that matches U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar. Canada has so much of what America needs," he says. "High-grade nickel and other critical materials, electricity and energy, uranium. Is it potash? Potash? I'm not sure. Aluminum. We need to maximize our points of leverage," he says, "and use them to maximum effect. The federal government needs to also pursue every legal route to challenge these unfair, unjustified, and illegal tariffs. The coming days and weeks," he says, "will be incredibly difficult. Trump's tariffs will devastate our economy. They'll put 450,000 jobs at risk. Across the province, every sector and region will feel the impact. With a strong, stable 4-year mandate that outlives and outlasts the Trump administration," he says, "I'll do whatever it takes to protect Ontario, our workers, businesses, and communities. I'll invest tens of billions to retrain workers for new opportunities, retool companies for new customers, reshore supply chains, and rebuild roads and highways to create new jobs. I'll make tough choices to make Ontario's economy the most competitive place to invest, create jobs, and do business." He finishes by saying, none of us want to be here. Oopsie. None of us want to be here, but Canada and Ontario have faced down this kind of challenge before. Each time we've emerged stronger, more united, and more determined than ever. Canada and Ontario will once again answer the call. Together we'll meet this moment. We'll stand united. We'll stand strong. Together we'll protect Ontario. That is from Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario. All right, hang on a moment. What is going on with... There's supposed to be an NTSB briefing on the DC plane crash at 6 p.m. And I thought that Justin Trudeau was supposed to speak soon, but that hasn't coming up here. Yeah, Justin Trudeau is supposed to have a press conference. Justin Trudeau is supposed to have a press conference. So I want to be able to try to bring that to you. Trudeau already said he was going to step down, but after a new party leader is chosen. So he is still prime minister. All right, so I am looking around. Give me a moment here because I want to see. He's not live yet, Justin Trudeau, but I really want to cover that. Okay. We'll take some comments soon. I'm just trying to bring you the latest updates here, and I'm keeping an eye on these different press conferences and everything. There's an NTSB press conference coming up, and also Justin Trudeau is supposed to have a press conference. I don't know if Trump is going to speak. So in case you missed it, Trump announced that he is imposing new tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. Only the Canada executive order has come out, but the Canada executive order, as best I can tell, basically says that the tariffs start Tuesday at 12:01 a.m., basically. I'm not a lawyer. It's more complex than that, but my understanding is that basically they start on Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. So my guess is that the other executive orders will be similar to that. Hold on. You can see here from Washington Post, Trump imposed tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, and China, the nation's three largest trading partners, in response to what he said was their role in permitting illegal immigration and drugs to enter the U.S. This is the first official action of his second-term trade war, according to a White House official who briefed reporters. American importers, that's who pays the tariffs, will pay a new 25% tax on goods from Canada and Mexico and a 10% levy on products from China. But energy products from Canada will have, including crude oil, will be 10%. Most products from Canada and Mexico currently face no tariffs under a trade deal Trump signed during his first term, while many Chinese goods incur taxes up to 25%. The new tariffs on the Chinese goods are in addition to the existing ones. Many economists are skeptical about prospects for success. In Trump's first term, factory employment rose by 462,000 before flatlining in the year before the pandemic. According to the Budget Lab at Yale University, a nonpartisan research center, they say that the tariffs will mean a loss of about $1,200 in purchasing power for the typical American household. But they have not come into effect yet, as I understand it. So, will there be a deal before Tuesday? Will there be a deal? There's the AP headline. Waiting to figure out... Oh, okay, Reuters has... Okay, guys, I should have access to Trudeau speaking. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc are supposed to make remarks on these tariffs. And I believe I will have live video of that. Okay? So I am waiting to get that video. Also, the NTSB is supposed to be doing a press conference on DC plane crash shortly. Is that live yet? Oh, hold on. Yes, let me show you this. I have this for you too. Oh my gosh, there's too much going on. There is too much going on right now. I can post the video of the NTSB thing right now. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment.
Hi, Eric Weiss with NTSB Media Relations. Briefing you tonight will be board member Todd Inman.
Hold on.
M-A-N, as well as investigator in charge Bryce Banning. B-R-I-C-E. Banning.
Hang on a moment.
B-A-N-N-I-N-G. Thank you.
Investigator in charge.
Investigator in charge.
There we go. Here we're live. We're live. We're live.
Let me just start with, whenever we began our first press conference, I guess 2 or 3 days ago, we gave the condolences to the families of the 67 victims in this accident. And tonight, we also need to give the condolences to yet another set of individuals due to the Philadelphia crash. Our hearts go out to all of them. Nobody should suffer this much tragedy, no matter what time frame in between it. But know this, we will find out what happened in both of those accidents. We will make recommendations, and we will attempt to never have to deal with those type of accidents again. I want to give you just a couple of facts right off the bat, just in case there's any questions. Last year, the NTSB investigated across all modes 1,288 different events. Aviation accounted for 1,204 of those. We currently have open 1,145 investigations in aviation. Last year we had multiple accidents with 6 or more fatalities. Across all of our modes, which are primarily aviation, we dealt with 343 fatalities. We currently have open 1,100 recommendations, and in aviation there are 283 that are still pending. The team that is working on this crash at DCA collectively has over 350 years of seniority with the NTSB. We will find out what happened, and we will do everything we can to prevent it. But I don't want anyone to think because we are working 2 accidents. This is what we do. Week in and week out. Just today, a lot more people are paying attention to it. I want to take an opportunity to introduce Bryce Banning. He hasn't really spoken the last couple of times, but he's been working hard and putting together a lot of information. Bryce joined the NTSB in 2012 as a senior aircraft investigator. He's been the investigator in charge on hundreds of aircraft investigations. He's an airline transport pilot with commercial privileges for single-engine land and sea, certified flight instructor, multi-engine instructor, and instrument instructor. He's also a certified airframe and power plant mechanic. Bryce has accumulated over 8,000 hours of flight time in all types of aircraft, ranging from Pipers to Navajos, King Airs, and Lear. He served in multiple management positions for multiple airlines, and he has been leading this team since the inception. He's going to brief you on some details that we have, and then we'll come back with some additional details.
Thank you. The flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder from the PSA aircraft were recovered on Thursday in the late afternoon by the FBI dive team. The CVR and the FDR were provided to engineers at the NTSB Vehicle Recorders Division immediately after recovery. Both the FDR and the CVR were a L3 Harris Communications FA 2100 type. Both recorders are solid-state memory digital recorders. Both the CVR and the FDR were downloaded successfully. The FDR contains about 400 parameters and is currently being analyzed by a FDR working group consisting of the NTSB, FAA, and PSA. The CVR contained about 2 hours and 4 minutes of good quality audio. ADSB and FDR time were correlated. Timing will continue to be refined. Times are in Eastern Standard Time and are preliminary. The FDR captures the entirety of the accident flight. The CVR audio, because it is only 2 hours in duration, starts mid-flight. Prior to initial descent, the crew briefed the arrival for the Troops 5 arrival, followed by an ILS approach to runway 1 at DCA. Around 8:15, the aircraft left 37,000 feet for an initial descent. At 8:39:10, Potomac approach cleared the crew for the Mount Vernon visual runway 1 approach. At 8:43:06, the crew made initial contact with the DCA tower. The tower controller then asked if the crew could switch to runway 33. After a brief discussion between the crew, they agreed to runway 33. At 8:45:27, the autopilot was disconnected. At 8:46:01, a radio transmission from the tower was audible, informing Pat 25 that traffic just south of the Wilson Bridge was a CRJ at 1,200 feet circling to runway 33. At 8:46:29, the crew received a 1,000-foot automated call-out. At 8:46:47, DCA tower cleared other jet traffic on runway 1 for departure with no delay. At 8:47:29, the crew received a 500-foot automated call-out. At 8:47:39, a radio transmission from the tower was audible asking Pat 25 if the CRJ was in sight. 1 second later, the crew received an automated traffic advisory stating traffic. At 8:47:42, a radio transmission from the tower was audible directing Pat 25 to pass behind the CRJ. At 8:47:58, the crew had a verbal reaction, and FDR data showed the airplane beginning to increase its pitch. Sounds of impact were audible about 1 second later, followed by the end of the recording. A CVR group consisting of party representatives from the NTSB, PSA, ALPA, and the FAA has been convened. The group is currently working to transcribe the entirety of the CVR recording verbatim. Thank you.
We will take some questions at the end, but we have some additional details we definitely want to brief you on today. I want to clarify something that was, I think, presented by NTSB at some form, specifically around air traffic control. The Washington DCA tower was communicating out any transmission on a VHF and UHF frequency. Any transmission would come out on both bands. The Black Hawk was transmitting out with a UHF band, while the CRJ jet was transmitting out with a VHF. To put that in context, both the airplane and the helicopter would hear any air traffic control, but they would not hear the other aircraft or helicopter, conversely, if they were transmitting out. I bring that up because we are now working through the transcript of the air traffic control, and many people have heard online different recordings. Those do not contain the UHF radio transmissions. What they're hearing is the VHF recorded on certain software programs. As we synchronize the timing on that, we hope to be able to release it tomorrow. We do have it. We're working through the synchronization because the specific time will be very critical. Now, a few updates in regard to the Black Hawk helicopter. We can verify it was on a training flight that would utilize night vision goggles. We do not know at this time if the night vision goggles were actively being worn, nor what the setting may be. Further investigation should be able to let us know if that occurred and what factor it may play in the overall accident. We do know that and we announced the combination CVR and the flight data recorder was extracted last night from the aircraft. When it was brought to our lab and opened, there was a water intrusion. Again, this is not uncommon. If you recall, in the CRJ, that cockpit voice recorder also had a water intrusion. It is going through the same process of ionized water until it's put into a vacuum oven. We still are very confident we will have that data. On the Black Hawk, we can confirm that we are looking into a priority air transport, and that's where you hear PAT, that on the prior day, PAT-11 was in close contact with a Republic Air flight. The Republic Air flight rejected the landing and did a go-around. The reason we are bringing this up is our data currently shows there was over 1,000 feet of separation between those two aircraft. 1,000 feet is a good safety barrier. Obviously, the pilot made its own decision in rejecting the landing. We just wanted to bring that fact out. It will be considered in the overall evaluation of this accident. So now let's go on to controllers. At the time of the accident, there were 5 controllers in the air traffic control tower cab at DCA. One was a local controller, which was handling not only helicopter, but fixed-wing aircraft. The local controller also would be handling arrivals and departures close in airspace and the use of the runway. There was a ground controller, which was handling all aircraft and vehicles, not on the runway. In addition, there was a local assist controller. This person is responsible for assisting the local controller in any type of actions that are needing, reviewing data, scanning the field, a multitude of different things. You will not hear the assistant controller on any of the ATC tapes, but we can confirm that person was in the cab. In addition, there's an operations supervisor who has direct oversight over the tower. This is someone who manages everyone that's involved in the operation, along with an operational supervisor in training. That leads us to confirm there were 5 people in the tower at the time of the accident. At this time, we have interviewed the local controller, the ground controller, and the local assist controller. We anticipate having the interviews with the operations supervisor and the supervisor in training conducted no later than Monday evening. And for a little bit of context, this is a controller's worst nightmare. It hits everyone that works in that cab and knows them very hard. These interviews take a long time, not because there's that much talking, but there's several breaks that occur for emotions just to be able to compose themselves to talk about what happened. We want to be thorough. If we need to go back for additional information, we absolutely will. We're getting full cooperation and access to those individuals we need. And we hope, again, to have them completed no later than Monday. Now we're going to talk a little bit about altitude. And I'm going to preface this, and we're going to try to work through your questions. But I want to be very clear. Our team has had some internal debate on releasing one part of this. And whenever I explain it, I hope you will understand why. When we received the recorders from the CRJ, we were able to define an altitude of where it was very close to the time of impact. That is a data point we feel very comfortable with. We also have an initial set of information in regard to what was being seen on the cab in the control tower. We have not finalized that and need to get more granularity to it. And we currently don't have the readout from the Blackhawk. I put all that into context for you in that whenever I give you some altitude information, one part of the three pieces we have defined. Another part we feel fairly confident but need to get more information, and a third we don't even have. Currently, the CRJ, based upon the data recorder, at the time of impact, was at 325 feet, plus or minus 25 feet. This is from the belly of the CRJ. The CRJ itself is 20 feet and 8 inches from the wheel to the top of the tail. So from the belly, the CRJ at the time of impact was 325, less or minus 25 degrees. And for those who follow this closely, that is a corrected altitude. It is based on the NTSB data and the flight data recorder. Our preliminary review of what the tower cab was showing on the data screen that would have been in front of the controllers was 200 feet near the time of the accident. Again, this data is preliminary. Tomorrow, we feel very comfortable that we'll be getting the additional data sources that will confirm precisely what it would have been on the screen at the time. And I would also caution you, there's typically in the cab on that screen, it may be a 4 to 5 second refresh rate. But obviously, this is something that we're going to be looking at very closely. The third prong of that is the helicopter recorders. Between those three, whenever we have those data points finalized, we feel that we'll be very comfortable in saying exactly what altitude this occurred at. And I know that's been a lot of speculation. You may have a few questions on it, but I want to caution, we're trying to give you what information we have and we verified at that time. With that, we'll take some questions. Just one second. Ma'am?
Claudia from the AP. So you said that the altitude, and the recorder recorded the altitude of the CRJ. Was it trying to pull up before the collision? Is that what you were saying?
The question was the altitude that was read from the NTSB and the voice recorder, was it trying to pull up? I can tell you at one point very close to the impact, there was a slight change in pitch, an increase in pitch. That is something that we will get you more detail on, but it was an indication of an increase in pitch.
Thank you, Todd Grady, Trimble with Fox. So are you also saying that there was a 100-foot discrepancy between what the air traffic controller was seeing on the screen in front of them and what the height, the altitude of the plane? There was a 100 feet difference?
So the question is, was there a 100 feet difference between what we found the plane to be operating at and the air traffic control tower? I'm saying the initial data we have on the control tower cab says 200 feet would have been visualized. This is a fairly good estimate, but it needs to be finalized. I shouldn't say estimate. It's a fairly good initial read. It needs to be finalized. And again, the CRJ was operating at 325 feet plus or minus 25.
And how common is it that the two aircraft would be operating on different frequencies with the same control tower?
The question is how common would it be that the two aircraft would be operating on separate frequencies? It is completely common. Military operates on one frequency, civilian on another. We're just trying to clarify that because you're only reading something or hearing some things online, so we're trying to get out and dispel some myths. Yes, sir.
Mr. Inman, Dave Liddell with DC News Now. At this point, you've given us the CRJ, but can you speculate on the altitude of the PAT at this point?
We cannot the question is, can we give any information on the altitude of the PAT? We cannot at this point. Obviously, an impact occurred. And I would say when an impact occurs, that is typically where the altitude of both aircraft were at the moment. But again, when we have the data from the recorder, we will be able to give you more specific.
And just to follow up, if I may, sir, there have been reports, can you comment on reports that PAT may have flown above its max limit in that airspace?
So the question was, can I comment on reports that PAT may have flown above its max limits? No, because I haven't heard that. And I don't try to look at the media that much. So by not saying that, I'm not denying, but I just haven't heard it. We haven't discussed it. I'll ask the investigator in charge. Do you have any information on that?
Yeah, I can provide just a little bit of context. The PAT 25 was within the lateral boundaries of a helicopter route. The ceiling of that route was 200 feet. As Member Inman said, we have not got the data out of the FDR for the Black Hawk at this time, but that's what we know.
Okay, we're going to go down here.
David Kaplan with Fox 5 here in DC. You mentioned as you walked through the timeline that there was a broadcast over the cockpit of traffic. Can you talk about what indications, if any, you have that the plane's anti-collision system was working? It's my understanding that that broadcast goes out if the system has been activated. Can you comment on what you've learned about the anti-collision system?
The question is about the traffic that was heard on the cockpit voice recorder. I can say this, we're defining what is inside of each system and what they were outputting. Because of the unique nature of military aircraft, we need additional specialization, which we have. But for right now, we're trying to present you with what we've heard, so we need further information to be able to find why it was indicating traffic. Yes?
The night goggles, how will you determine if they were wearing the night goggles or not?
The question was, how will we determine if they were wearing the night vision goggles or not? Part of that will be based, and we already know during the extraction of the bodies, how they were presented and what was around them. I can say that impact was very significant. And so it will take additional analysis of their helmets, the attached areas. We're looking to find if the night vision goggle bags, whenever we extract the aircraft, are they empty? Are they found in the debris field? There's a lot of different variables we need to find out before we determine that. Yes?
Thanks, Chase Williams from Fox Business. I know that it was 4 minutes before impact that there was a runway switch. They switched to 33. How routine is that? And is that enough lead time for pilots and other traffic in the area to be aware of, a change in the patterns?
Okay, so the question was in regard to, and the term you used was runway switch. And we briefed this yesterday. The CRJ was on approach to runway 33. They'd been brought in that way. As they were coming in, they were asked by the air traffic control, could they accept, or sorry, let me reverse that. They were coming in on runway 1. As they were on approach, the air traffic controller said, can you accept runway 33? That is not an uncommon occurrence at DCA. It creates an arcing of the flight path, so it's very normal. Pilots were able to discuss it. They accepted it. They appear to be on a proper, at least, lineup at that time. So right now, we'll evaluate it with all the other facts and data, but it is what it is at this point, I guess. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dominic Lee with NBC Washington. I just have a question about the staffing of the air tower. Can you tell me if that's common for it to have that level of staffing, or is it traditionally more people inside on the gap?
The question was the staffing at the time of the actual accident with the 5 individuals. I have not gotten an update from the air traffic control people. I know the primary thing we wanted to get was exactly that, and there's been discussions because, again, typical can change based on the day of the week, the time, the weather. So we will not categorize anything as typical right now until we can present it in a better fashion. Yes, sir.
Eric Gilchrist with NBC News. If I heard you correctly, you said that the tower was able to see the airplane at 200 feet. The tower instrument is read at 200 feet. Did it not read where the helicopter was at the same time?
The question was, it was reading the airplane. Could it not read the helicopter? It could read the helicopter. And the reason why I'm saying it could, and this is again getting into more specific information, the definition that's needed for us to evaluate that further will be downloaded tomorrow. Do you want to answer a little bit on how those control towers, or I'm happy to continue. Okay. Those monitors obviously assimilate different pieces of information. So our initial read was showing that. We're giving you the 200 feet as indicative of the CRJ. I don't want to speculate specifically on the Black Hawk. Sorry, it's reversed, right? Come on.
So, as previously stated, we know that the FDR and data provided indicated that the CRJ was at 325 feet, plus or minus 25 feet. We also, initial preliminary data right now indicates that on the tower's radar scope that was available to the controller, initial data indicates that indicates that he may have seen 200 feet. That needs to be verified. Our ATC group is working it. We will have more data available, but those are the initial indications.
And no indication for the Black Hawk on that screen at that same time?
The data that I'm talking about, the 200-foot data that would have been available on that radar scope, that was the Black Hawk. The 325-foot that we've given you is ADSB data, FDR data, other data combined to get an accurate altitude of the CRJ, 325 plus or minus 25. The radar data, where that helicopter is down at 200 feet, it has less fidelity. So our team is looking into that, but I think it's important to note that this is a complex investigation. There's a lot of pieces here. Our team is working very hard to gather this data, make sure we, as Member Inman has said, understand why this happened.
Sorry, Bryce, can I...
Hang on, I'll call on people. Yes, ma'am. So the question again, and I'm going to try to say this one more time, the CRJ at the time of impact, based on ADSB data and the voice and the data and the flight recorder, shows that that airplane was positioned at 325 feet plus or minus 25 feet. On the radar scope in the cab, our preliminary review shows that the Black Hawk helicopter would have visualized at 200 feet. It's not as defined. That is preliminary. We will get more significant information. We wanted to present the 325 plus or minus because we knew that. We have good certainty with it, but without presenting it with the radar scope information or with presenting that, it could cause some conflict. So I'm going to be very careful to make sure we still have a lot more work to do. These are one of thousands of data points and will be hundreds of thousands of pages. We're trying to release the information as we know it and make sure we're giving the best information that's accurate and learning from it. Yep.
Yesterday you talked about spending time with some of the victims' families. Can you describe any sort of update today with them?
The question is about spending time with the members' families. Yeah, I spent several hours with them today. There's more, some new. There's some that have been there for 3 days. There's some that want to give us hugs. There's some that are just mad and angry. They're just all hurt, and they still want answers, and we want to give them answers. And the most devastating thing, I guess, today was they watched the news last night. They know their loved ones are recovered. They're thinking, is it going to take longer? Am I not going to be finding my loved one? How will this affect it? That's hard. I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible. And no one has to suffer this. So yeah, it is hard on them. They have a lot of questions. They haven't been through this. Unfortunately, we have a lot of experts. We've done 1,000, but that doesn't mean it's not completely new to them. What's really horrible, though, is that these things are happening. You know, I keep a challenge coin. Whenever I first got to the NTSB, they asked, it's a challenge coin you hand to people as a sign of gratitude and respect. In front of it has the seal and name. I said, what do you want to put on the back? This was on the front door of our training center where the TW-800 was for many years. From tragedy, we draw knowledge to improve the safety for us all. That's what we're doing right now. We're dealing with tragedy, but we need to improve safety. We need 200 plus recommendations fixed. We need people to take action. Unfortunately, at some point, all of you are going to be gone. We're still going to have the investigation open. We're going to make recommendations. We go to East Palestine, a community that gets devastated. Still nothing's happened. We have several hundred recommendations open for aviation. You want to do something about it? Adopt the recommendation of the NTSB. You'll save lives. Get off and do something. I don't want to have to meet with another set of those parents like that again. Not fair. Could be your family. Sorry, I didn't mean to take it out on you. It's just hard. Sorry. Yeah.
I have two, and I just want to follow up because I want to make sure I understand the elevation question correctly. The flight data recorder on the CRJ is showing 325 plus or minus 25. That's correct, right?
The question is, and I apologize, I've said this 3 or 4 times, on the CRJ, the flight data recorder that has been localized from the ADSB data and other is showing the time of impact. It was at 325 plus or minus 25 feet.
Okay. The 200 feet inside of the air traffic control cab was for the helicopter. Is that
the question again? The preliminary data that we have not validated yet and are still trying to verify was that the radar scope was showing the helicopter at 200 feet. Now again, you can have, we're not saying plus or minus because we don't really know that. It's not as granular. We will have the exact data set tomorrow evening. We knew you would have some questions, so please be responsible in reporting this. We need more info, but we know that some of that information is coming out and we're trying to provide it. No more. Sorry, I've answered the same question several times. Sorry. Go ahead.
This is just a clarification point on this topic. I understand what the radar scope in the ATC cap was showing and what the black box showed you from the CRJ. I guess the question is, what would explain the discrepancy, which appears to be 100 feet, when clearly they hit each other?
So the question is, what would explain this discrepancy? That's what our job is to figure that out. That's what we're doing. That's the reason we're giving you information to dispel some information that may be out there. We're the gold standard across the world because we tell the facts. And sometimes we have to give a little bit something preliminary so that you don't have an improper picture. That's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The 4 to 5 second delay that you described, where was that?
Okay, so that was the NTSB briefing on the DC plane and helicopter crash. So I want to talk about that with you guys. And we're covering a couple different things here. So just so you're aware, we will have more on the tariffs. Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada is supposed to speak about the tariffs. If you didn't hear, President Trump signed an executive order ordering new tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China, which I believe are all supposed to take effect on Tuesday. That's not confirmed. The Canada ones are supposed to take effect on Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. My guess is that that's the same for the other two countries as well, but I'm not sure. Anyways, we'll talk more about that. But we're going to have, I assume, live coverage of Justin Trudeau speaking when he speaks. I'm not sure when that's going to be. One of our viewers claimed it was 8 p.m. now, but I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen an update myself. So I'll keep an eye on that. When Justin Trudeau comes on the air, we will talk about that. And we're going to talk more about the tariffs. I should be able to show you Justin Trudeau. But let's talk about what we just saw in that press briefing. So a couple things. First of all, I have to go back and listen to it. But at one point, they were going through what they heard on, I believe, the voice recorders from, I think, both. They were talking about like the audio traffic, both from the plane and the helicopter. And at one point, they said that right before the collision, you heard in the cockpit some kind of audible reaction from the crew, and then the nose pitched up a bit. And I still am unclear if that was talking about, was that talking about the plane or the helicopter? So I need to go back and listen to that because it wasn't clear to me. Also, another point which they kept talking about but was continuously being asked about, because I think it was still maybe a little unclear. The data from the plane shows it was at 325 feet plus or minus 25 feet at the time of the collision. But I think they were saying that the air traffic controller would have seen that the plane would have seen that the helicopter was at 200 feet, which obviously they have to be at the same height in reality. But it was a little unclear because I couldn't tell exactly, and I think the questions reflected that the reporters were trying to figure this out. Were they saying that the air traffic controllers panel said the helicopter was at 200 feet, or that the helicopter pilot would think they were at 200 feet? So, and again, this kept being asked about. That I kept hearing them ask about this. I thought I understood it initially, and I thought it was all about like the plane, and then it was just, I couldn't really get a handle on it. And again, this was asked about 4 or 5 times, I think because it was a bit confusing. And then I'm also a little confused because there was the traffic audio warning, which was heard in one of the cockpits. And I'm still not positive whether that was the airplane cockpit or the helicopter cockpit. So now, maybe some of you are sure. I would need to go back and replay, and maybe we can replay some of those things and hear exactly what was said. But yeah, it's. And again, I mean, I don't think the reporters were asking the same question 4 times to be annoying. I really do think it was not entirely clear. And look, it's, you know, I think another issue, because I think great job by the NTSB giving information. I love that they're, you know, giving updates every day. What can happen sometimes in various fields is like, and I think what may be happening here is the NTSB, if you're in that field, you might use a term like cab. Like, I don't even know exactly what they mean when they say cab and radar scope. And I think maybe when they're saying it, they know exactly what they mean, but maybe what seems exact to them might seem a bit imprecise to people who aren't in that field. So I think that might be a source of the confusion there. Again, I'm not blaming anyone. I just think that these things can happen when you have people talking about very specialized data in a very technical way, and people like me, and I know I'm sure a lot of you who are not specialists. And you don't have anything in writing to refer to. So I'm not blaming anyone. I just think these were these different points here. We can go back and listen. And I want to just make sure we're not, I wouldn't mind replaying a couple parts of that press conference again, just specific parts. But so there is a question though. First of all, I can say this. There is a question whether the plane was seeing their height as a certain height, and whether air traffic control or the helicopter was there some kind of issue where someone was seeing some height of one of the aircraft that was incorrect. I guess I can say that because there's a question as to whether when this collision happened, was the helicopter seeing their height incorrectly? Was the air traffic control seeing the helicopter's height incorrectly? Not that I don't know that would have made a difference, but that was certainly something in general that came out in the broadcast there, because you have those two different readings at the time of the crash, a 325 on the plane and a 200. I think which applied to the helicopter, but I wasn't sure if they were saying they were seeing that in the air traffic control tower or the helicopter. Okay. Originally, I thought they were saying that the air traffic control was seeing the plane at 200. That's what I originally thought. But then later in the press briefing, it seemed like they were talking about that the 200 was referring to the helicopter altitude. So anyways, okay, so I wouldn't mind going over those two parts again, if I can. But it's a bit confusing. And what else did they say, just to be clear here? There was you might have heard about a close call being reported from the day before the crash where a plane pulled out of its normal landing because it aborted its normal landing because it detected a helicopter close by. They did say that in that incident, there was over 1,000 feet of separation between the helicopter and the plane. So it seemed to me they were saying that was a significantly different kind of event than the crash was, just to be clear. And they said there were 5 controllers. I think they said there were 5 controllers in the tower at the time this happened. They've interviewed 3 of the 5 of them. But it was really striking to hear on one of the recorders they talked about, they said from either the plane or the helicopter, again, I thought maybe it was the plane, but I'm not sure. They said that you could hear right before the crash the sound of an audible reaction from the people in the cockpit, then the sounds of impact you could actually hear on one of the recorders. Again, I'm sorry. I don't want to. There were just points of things that I wasn't 100% clear on, and I don't like acting like I'm 100% clear on things when I'm not 100% clear on them. So I'm willing to go back and play some of that again, certainly. But we're trying to cover the tariff story too. So let me take some comments from you guys. It's a little more difficult here because we're trying to cover 2 stories at once. one of our viewers, Louis R., said he thought maybe the airline crew might have ignored a TCAS warning. Yeah, and I'm still unclear where that traffic was heard. And also, where it was heard, I don't know, in timing. If the traffic is heard a few seconds before the crash, is there enough time to do anything about it? I don't know. These are good questions. Let's see here. Yeah, Riley says, haven't received the helicopter info yet. There is info they have not received yet, definitely. Let me see here. I want to read a couple comments. And I would like to also find out, now Trudeau is supposed to speak live, but I don't know when. Maybe I can get an update on when that's going to happen. Because it was originally going to be 6 p.m. Oh, hold on a second. Justin Trudeau will speak at 8:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. I am seeing reported now. Mackenzie Gray with Global News says Justin Trudeau will make an announcement at 8:30 p.m. to respond to the tariffs. And okay, so I should put that on the screen somewhere. I assume that's Eastern time. Give me a second here. Yeah, I would assume so. So let me put that on the screen. Canadian PM Trudeau to speak at 8:30 p.m. ET, which is in an hour and 45 minutes, around then. Maybe I'll put it on the ticker. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will be speaking about the new U.S. tariffs on Canada at 8:30 p.m. ET. We will have live coverage. ... Okay, so let me just throw that on the screen so people know. Oops, I know that has old information. Let me update that. Then let me put it over here. I know it says the live event has ended. That's just about the previous thing. I'll get that off the screen in a second. I'm just fixing so you guys can see this here. We're trying to cover two things at once. We don't need this on the screen anymore. By the way, a quick thank you to Sushi Jezebel, Carl Carlson, DeShark, Subroutine 403, Pensby Lad, Greg Pondell, Sean I, Marnie, Anonymous Nobody, Grevin Share, Terrapin Station, Louis R, Raven Knight, Turned Off, Mega Airhead, and also Sketty Sandwich, thank you, and Massachusetts Guy, and Douthis over on Twitch, and IV My Labs, and Neo Geo Zach on Twitch. And thanks to our moderators who are here with us. We have Sabrina, we have Janet B, we have over on YouTube, all of our other YouTube moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, Roberts May Queen and Ruth Krafasi on YouTube, on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Sarah Surly Dev on Facebook. Thank you as well to our moderators there like Kay Lowry Body. And give me 1 second here. I think Christina Neal was over there moderating. And all of our other moderators too. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much to JAD for your support. And Deshark thinks the AT screens were showing the helicopter at 200 feet. And said the helicopter recorders have not been read yet due to they need to be tried out. So, yeah, that's what it, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they meant, but I wanted to be sure. So we're talking, and we just watched an NTSB update. Do you guys want me to play the parts of the, well, I don't want to avoid the tariffs thing, but I know people wanted to talk about the NTSB update because we just saw it. And we're going to be talking more about the tariffs, obviously. Justin Trudeau is going to speak at 8:30 and have an announcement, maybe of retaliation plans by Canada. Oh, hold on a second. Martina Stevis-Gridneff of the New York Times says the Trudeau presser will be at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And before Trudeau speaks, he's going to be speaking with the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum. Okay? So we're going to go back and cover the tariffs. But I know people want to talk about the briefing we just saw. So do people want me to replay not the whole briefing, but the parts in the briefing about the new information? You know, like the timeline and just the questions, maybe? I could do that if people want to see that, because I know there was some confusion about it. Well, we have some yeses and nos. I think we have more yeses than nos. I mean, I can also play it and just talk about it. You know what? Why don't we just look at some specific parts of the briefing and we can discuss it? But I think that would be helpful. I'm not going to just replay the whole thing. But let's look at some specific parts of it and discuss it. Let's do that. I don't think it'll be hard to find where they are. And, oops. And then we can talk about them. Let me just pull it up right here. I have it right here. I have it right here. And I'm going to put on the screen that it's a moments ago or something like that. Or replay from briefing. Replay of briefing. Replay of briefing on DC plane and helicopter crash. So let's just look at some of the things they said, but we'll talk about it. We can play it and talk about it. And we're going to get back to the tariffs thing, obviously. Let me go here. I want to get to that timeline. I think this person, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, was giving a timeline. All right, so I think this is where he gives a timeline of I think the audio recordings. So let's listen to this. This is this timeline.
Thank you. The flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder from the PSA aircraft were recovered on Thursday in the late afternoon by the FBI dive team. The CVR and the FDR were provided to engineers at the NTSB Vehicle Recorders Division immediately after recovery. Both the FDR and the CVR were a L3 Harris Communications FA 2100 type. Both recorders are solid-state memory digital recorders.
I might forward to the timeline.
Both the CVR and the FDR were downloaded successfully. The FDR contains about 400 parameters.
Let me just forward for a second.
ADSB and FDR time were correlated. Timing will continue to be refined. Times are in Eastern Standard Time.
All right, here's the
and are
timeline.
Preliminary.
Here's the timeline.
The FDR captures the entirety of the accident flight. The CVR audio, because it is only 2 hours prior to initial descent, the crew briefed the arrival for prior to initial descent, the crew briefed the arrival for the Troops 5 arrival, followed by an ILS approach to runway 1 at DCA. Around 8:15, the aircraft left 37,000 feet for an initial descent. At 8:39:10, Potomac approach cleared the crew for the Mount Vernon visual runway 1 approach. At 8:43:06, the crew made initial contact with the DCA tower. The tower controller then asked if the crew could switch to runway 33. After a brief discussion between the crew, they agreed to runway 33. At 8:45:27, the autopilot was disconnected. At 8:46:01, a radio transmission from the tower was audible, informing Pat 25 that traffic just south of the Wilson Bridge was a CRJ at 1,200 feet circling to runway 33. At 8:46:29, the crew received a 1,000-foot automated call-out. At 8:46:47, DCA tower cleared other jet traffic on runway 1 for departure with no delay. At 8:47:29, the crew received a 500-foot automated call-out. At 8:47:39, a radio transmission from the tower was audible asking Pat 25 if the CRJ was in sight. 1 second later, the crew received an automated traffic advisory stating traffic.
Okay, so when he says the crew received an advisory, an automated audio advisory saying traffic, does he mean the helicopter crew or the plane crew? He didn't specifically say which one. And he's been talking mostly about the plane, but he had just spoken about the helicopter. People are saying different things in our chat. I mean, it must be the plane, right? Because I thought I read that the helicopter, well, I don't know for sure. I'm not even sure the helicopter has this system. I know the plane has the system. So I'm guessing it's the plane. It's confusing because right before then, he mentions the helicopter crew, the helicopter. I think it's the plane. I think it is the plane. I don't even know that the helicopter had the system on it. But it's not entirely clear. It's not entirely clear. No, people are saying they don't have the helicopter info, but they have audio. They have audio. They have audio. You can find it online. There's audio online of air traffic controllers talking to the helicopter. So they do have audio data between air traffic and the helicopter. So, again, I think it's the plane that got the audio traffic alert. But I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. Maybe they can get that alert in the helicopter, an audio alert. But just to be clear, he didn't specifically say. And when he says the crew, the last thing he talked about right before that was the helicopter, not the plane. So I thought, is he talking about the helicopter crew? All right. So I'm sorry I can't clarify that more. And I don't think that was clarified. I'll go back a second, play it. I mean, we have some confusion in our chat too. Yeah, some of our viewers thinks he means the helicopter heard it. So I don't know. But the thing is, he's talking about both air audio between the plane and the helicopter, the plane in air traffic control, and the helicopter in air traffic control. All right, I'm going to go back a second. One of our viewers said listening to both audios will be very hard on the heart. I agree. All right, hang on. I'm going to rewind like 15 seconds.
At 8, the CRJ was in sight. At 25, if the CRJ was 7:39, a radio transmission from the tower was audible asking Pat 25 if the CRJ was in sight. 1 second later, the crew received an automated traffic advisory stating traffic. At 8:47:42, a radio transmission from the tower was audible directing Pat 25 to pass behind the CRJ. At 8:47:58, the crew had a verbal reaction, and FDR data showed the airplane beginning to increase its pitch. Sounds of impact were audible about 1 second later, followed by the end of the recording.
So I still am not 100% clear on that. If he means, I think he means that there was an audible reaction from the airplane crew and that the airplane increased its pitch. But he didn't specifically say. Just to be clear, he didn't specifically say. So, I don't know for sure. Now, Louis R. says he's saying that things were audible on the voice recorder. I was wondering about this. Louis thinks he's talking about everything that's audible on the plane voice recorder. But I mean, we definitely have. So there definitely is audio. I've heard the audio. There's audio that exists. Between the tower and the helicopter, where you can hear the helicopter respond. So maybe is this all just from the voice recorder from the plane? Or is this like from the tower? I don't know. Some people are saying everything he's talking about is audio from the plane. So, but it's a little confusing because some of the times he says like, well, at this time, the tower is heard giving a warning to the helicopter or something. But in theory, the plane could hear that because I guess the plane can hear the tower talking to the helicopter, but can't hear the helicopter talking back to the tower. Yeah, it wasn't, so it's not, I could go back and listen. I don't even know if it was explicitly made clear at the start of this. Like, I don't think they specifically said, look, we're going to give you a timeline now. This timeline is just what was heard, what was heard by the people in the plane or something like that. Or this is the audio from the plane's recorder. Maybe they did say it, but it wasn't, I didn't pick it up as clearly stated. I don't know that I want to go back and say that. My point is, what I was trying to say is, you can say it. but you can say it in a way which really emphasizes it for people who are going to be confused, or you can just kind of say it, and maybe if I have a transcript, I can go back and read the transcript and say, oh yeah, he did say that. But I mean, I was listening to this and I was confused when it was actually happening. So I think it could have been a bit more clear on what we were listening to. But it sounds like if all of this was the plane, that would mean that the plane, on the plane there was a traffic warning, and then on the plane it was heard among the crew in a video, an audible reaction just before the crash, and on the plane audio is heard sounds of collision. Our viewer Fired Up Gaming says it's from the plane, but he was not very clear. All right. Do I want to go back? I mean, look, I could sit here. If you guys want, I can sit here and take 10 minutes and start replaying stuff to try to ascertain whether it was explicitly said that this timeline is all from the plane audio. My guess is that it is. But I'm just trying to make the best use of our time, and I don't want you guys to sit there and have to wait for me to take 10 minutes to ascertain this. I think it's an important point, but at the same time, there's positives and negatives to everything. So, all right. So I'm not gonna go back and, well, people are going, half the people in the chat say go back and half say don't. My guess is that it's the plane audio. That's my guess. Does he say it? Does this guy say it right at the start? Real quick, I'm going to listen to what he says right at the start. Does he say it right here?
And then we'll come back on Thursday in the late afternoon.
Right at the start.
3/4 are solid state memory, contains about 400 per working group of good quality audio. We're correlated, timing will and are preliminary. The FDR captures the entirety of the accident flight. The session starts mid-flight. Prior to
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I could do it. I don't want to spend the time doing it. To really ascertain this, I would need to watch this slowly and listen to exactly what he's saying and repeat it so I make sure I hear it right, and also listen to it all the way through. And I'm just not going to do that right now. You can go to the NTSB on YouTube and you can replay it for yourself if you want to do it. My guess is that he was talking about this was all, because he wasn't saying in his rundown, he did not talk about what the helicopter pilots were saying, right? I did not hear him in that timeline say the helicopter pilot said this. So my guess is that he is talking about the audio from the aircraft. Or maybe some sort of, he's talking about the communication between the aircraft and the air traffic control. So anyways, but it's again, we'll hear more. Look, they're going to come out with more on this. The other thing I want to replay for you real quick is, if I can find it, is where they talked about that discrepancy between the 300 and the 325 and the 200. Let me just play that one little bit again. The 325 and the 200. Let's do that, just so people can hear that.
Of
the CRJ jet was transmitting out with a VHF. We're now working through the transcript, through the synchronization, because the specific actively being worn, nor what the combination CVR,
Hold on.
cockpit voice recorder, also had a water injection. We'll have that data. To a priority air transport, and that's where you hear PAT up, is our data currently shows there was over controllers in the air traffic control tower cab at DCA. One was a local controller, which was handling not only helicopter
I'm skipping through that.
operations supervisor, but interviewed the local talking, but there's later than Monday. Now we're going to talk a little bit about altitude.
Here,
And
altitude.
I'm going to preface this.
Altitude.
And we're going to try to work through your questions, but I want to be very clear. Our team has had some internal debate on releasing one part of this, and whenever I explain it, I hope you will understand why. When we received the recorders from the CRJ, we were able to define an altitude of where it was very close to the time of impact. That is a data point we feel very comfortable with. We also have an initial set of information in regard to what was being seen on the cab in the control tower. We have not finalized that and need to get more granularity to it, and we currently don't have the readout from the Blackhawk. I put all that into context for you in that whenever I give you some altitude information, one part of the three pieces we have defined. Another part we feel fairly confident but need to get more information, and a third we don't even have. Currently, the CRJ, based upon the data recorder, at the time of impact was at 325 feet, plus or minus 25 feet. This is from the belly of the CRJ. The CRJ itself is 20 feet and 8 inches from the wheel to the top of the tail. So from the belly, the CRJ at time of impact was 325, less or minus 25 degrees. And for those who follow this closely, that is a corrected altitude. It is based on the NTSB data and the flight data recorder. Our preliminary review of what the tower cab was showing on the data screen that would have been in front of the controllers was 200 feet near the time of the accident. Again, this data is preliminary. Tomorrow we feel.
Okay, now I just want to point something out. When I first heard that, I thought they meant, okay, so the plane was at 325 feet, plus or minus 25 feet at the time of the collision, and the air traffic control tower was seeing that the plane was at 200 feet. That's what I thought. That's what it sounded like. But if I'm correct, later in the press conference, there was something said that seemed to be saying that the 200-foot number was the altitude that the tower was seeing the helicopter at, not the plane. And I think that's what caused a bunch of confusion. So I don't know that I want to play this all the way through to get to that. But when I saw that, I was like, oh, wow. The plane was at 325 plus or minus 25, but the tower was seeing the plane at 200. But later he said, yeah, Lady Tiger official said, that's what I got to. Peter says the guy misspoke. I don't know if he misspoke. I just think the way it was stated here, it could lead you to believe that the tower was seeing the plane at 200. And I think maybe what he meant to say here is that the tower was seeing the helicopter at 200. Shaner thinks he misspoke initially. I think he just meant to say initially the tower saw the helicopter at 200 because that's what it sounded like later. Anyways, if you want to, you can rewind on our broadcast and watch the whole thing. It's all on this broadcast. You can rewind the whole thing. I don't, in the interest of time and not getting caught up on this, because I think this will get clarified in the future. I'm not going to dwell on it, but I just want to let you know that there is some confusion there. I just got a copy of the China executive order on tariffs. All right, can we switch over to tariffs for a second? All right. Can we switch over to tariffs for a second? TC thinks the Black Hawk was at 200 feet in the tower and the plane was at 325, give or take 25. I think so. So let's go back to the tariffs. We can come back to this, but we're trying to cover both. So anyways, we watched this. We could talk about it more, but I think we need to talk about the tariffs some. All right, so let's do that. Let's do that. Also, if I can get the video of it, I will eventually play you the NTSB update about Philadelphia crash, which I don't have the video of that I have the rights to, but maybe I'll be getting that shortly. Okay, so let's talk about the tariff situation. That's a whole other story. It's very important. I just got an email with have they posted it? But I have an email with the executive order on China. And I'm scrolling through it, and I just want to see, is the China tariff the same timing as the Canada tariff? Is it Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. basically? Let's see. I'm looking right now. Yes, the language in the China tariff, just eyeballing it, and I'm not a lawyer, the language in the China tariff appears to suggest that it's the same timing as the Canada tariff, meaning that basically it comes into effect at 12:01 a.m. Tuesday. There are subtleties here I'm not getting into, and I can't because I'm not equipped to. But it looks to me, just eyeballing it, I'm seeing 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time on February 4th, 2025. So my understanding is that the timing on the China tariff is the same as the Canada tariff. They haven't come out with the Mexico executive order yet, but I assume that'll be the same too. My guess is that they will all come into effect on Tuesday at 12:01 a.m., basically. And as I said, some have thought that this is all basically a bluff to get a deal by Trump. So we're not even sure these will come into effect. It's entirely possible that Trump will post on Truth Social Monday night that he has reached a deal with China, Mexico, and Canada, and that he's temporarily withdrawing the tariffs, but he maintains the right to put them on if they don't stick to the deal. So we'll have to see. Also, B&O News just posted this. This is the advisory from the Prime Minister's Office of Canada. But we're going to have, as I've been mentioning, the reporting says that Trudeau is going to announce some kind of retaliatory response, maybe Canada tariffs on the U.S. And there is a provision, I believe, in the original executive orders by Trump that Trump can increase the tariffs if countries respond to retaliate to the original tariffs. So will we see Canada tonight announce retaliation tariffs and then Trump announce more tariffs after that? You can see here it says on the press release that the B&O News posted from Canada, 8:30 p.m. You can see the Prime Minister will speak with the President of Mexico, and then after that, the Prime Minister will make an announcement in response to the U.S. tariffs on Canada. He will be joined by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs, and the Minister of Public Safety. So we are planning on covering that live for you in a little over an hour. Okay. All right, now let me show you, let's talk about these tariffs, about what they are. And hang on a moment here. Give me just one moment. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything else. Here is what Trump had to say about the tariffs. It is, by the way, it's 25% on all goods from Mexico, 25% on all goods from Canada except energy. Energy goods are 10%, and 10% on all goods from China. Here is what Trump said. Today, I have implemented a 25% tariff on imports from Mexico and Canada, 10% on Canadian energy, and 10% additional tariff on China. This was done, that's on top of existing tariffs on China. This was done through the International Emergency Economic Powers Act because of the major threat of illegal aliens and deadly drugs killing our citizens, including fentanyl. We need to protect Americans, and it is my duty as president to ensure the safety of all. I made a promise on my campaign to stop the flood of illegal aliens and drugs from pouring across our borders, and Americans overwhelmingly voted in favor of it. Pensby Lad, our viewer, says Canada should put 15% export tariffs on all exported energy. I think you mean from the U.S. And let me show you this here. Trump imposes tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China, raising prospect of inflation and trade conflict. This is from Associated Press. Oops, hold on. That's an article about broccoli. Let me just pull this one up again. Sorry, here we go. AP says President Trump today signed an order to impose stiff tariffs on imports from Mexico, Canada, and China, fulfilling one of his post-campaign commitments to voters that also carries the risk of sparking higher inflation and disrupting businesses across North America. Trump's order also includes a mechanism to escalate the rates if the countries retaliate against the U.S., as they are possibly prepared to do. Again, there is some reporting out there that suggests that Canada will announce tonight some retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. So could we see Justin Trudeau at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time announcing new tariffs against the U.S., and then Trump after that announcing more tariffs against Canada? I think we could. But I do want to say this again. I know I probably sound like a broken record. People don't even understand what a broken record is these days. But these tariffs, from my understanding, basically don't go into effect until Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. It's possible they'll never go into effect. It's possible it's all just meant as a big negotiation. I don't know. I did a poll earlier in the broadcast. The majority of you thought that there would not be an agreement and that the tariffs would go into effect. I don't know. Some people think this is all a big negotiation by Trump and that at the last minute he'll say there's a deal. So we'll have to see. Street Meat says that's a lot to hope for. AP says the decision throws the global economy and Trump's own political mandate to combat inflation into possible turmoil, though the president said it was necessary to protect Americans. The tariffs risk an economic standoff with America's two largest trading partners in Mexico and Canada, upending a decades-old relationship with the possibility of harsh reprisals by the two nations. Will Mexico tonight announce retaliation? What's Mexico going to say? Also, what's China going to say? I don't know. We'll be on the lookout for that too. You can see here the tariffs, if sustained, could cause inflation to significantly worsen, possibly eroding voters' trust in Trump. That Trump could, as promised, lower the price of groceries, gasoline, housing, autos, and other goods. Trump declared an economic emergency in order to place duties of 10% on all imports from China, 25% on all imports from Mexico and Canada, but energy imported from Canada, including oil, natural gas, and electricity, would be taxed at a 10% rate. The tariffs would go into effect on Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. AP says a new analysis by the Budget Lab at Yale laid out the possible damage to the U.S. economy, saying the average U.S. household would lose the equivalent of $1,170 in income from the taxes. Okay. By the way, a senior administration official told AP that the lower rate on energy from Canada reflected a desire to minimize any disruptive increases on the price of gasoline or utilities. That is a sign White House officials understand the gamble they're taking on inflation. The order signed by Trump contained no mechanism for granting exceptions, the official said, a possible blow to home builders who rely on Canadian lumber, as well as farmers, automakers, and other industries. The Trump administration put the tariffs in place in order to force the three countries to stop the spread in manufacturing of fentanyl, in addition to pressuring Canada and Mexico to limit any illegal immigration into the U.S. I want to lead some comments from you. What do you guys think about this? What do you think about this? Let's read some comments from you as we wait. What is Justin Trudeau going to say at 8:30? Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Remember what Justin Trudeau said yesterday, guys. Yesterday, Justin Trudeau said, we're working hard to prevent these tariffs, but if the U.S. moves ahead, Canada's ready with a forceful and immediate response. What is going to happen? What's going to happen? Also, look at this. Pump prices set to rise as Trump tariffs hit Canadian Mexican oil. This is from Reuters. Pump prices set to rise. U.S. consumers will see higher prices at the gas pump from Trump's decision to apply tariffs on Canadian and Mexican oil, according to analysts and fuel traders. The likely hike in fuel prices reflects the double-edged nature of Trump's trade protections, which are designed to bolster domestic business and pressure U.S. neighbors to curb illegal immigration and drug smuggling, but which will run counter to his promises to tackle inflation. The U.S. imports some 4 million barrels per day of Canadian oil, 70% of which is processed by refiners in the Midwest. It also imports over 450,000 barrels per day of Mexican oil, mainly for refiners concentrated around the U.S. Gulf Coast. Tariffs on those imports mean higher costs for making finished fuels like gasoline, much of which is likely to be passed along to U.S. consumers. Okay, I'm going to see what you guys think about this. Let me read some comments from you. Equinox says, these are dangerous games the leaders are playing. One of our viewers said, I think it's great the president is trying something new. ZZYGYY says, who will blink first? Yes, I will read the Doug Ford tweet again in a minute. I read that earlier. Justin Trudeau is resigning, but after they pick another party leader, his party, and they haven't done that yet. So he is still the president. Not prime minister, I'm sorry. The Liberal Party needs to choose a new leader. Laszlo thinks Canadians are all talk and will bend the knee. Real Bernays sauce says all doom and gloom. Lisa B says what's going to happen is average citizens are going to pay more for everything. Roger Shoemaker says this is a dangerous game for the average American's wallet. Again, we don't know if these will come into effect because they don't come into effect until Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. EE says, are you going to buy food and stuff just in case? I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. I don't know. Maybe some people out there, I've heard some businesses are stocking up on supplies, for example, or raw materials. F. Huey says Canada will call Trump's bluff and match the tariffs. What is Justin Trudeau going to, what are Justin Trudeau and Canada going to do in response? We are just about an hour, less than an hour away from finding out. Pat W. says, I stocked up on coffee. Steve Jackson says, get your toilet paper now. C. Chase says, don't panic, people. It's all good. By the way, a quick thank you to Michael Burmeister for the gift memberships. Also, thank you, Rebecca. A best and worst case scenario? Well, I mean, a best case scenario, I guess, for people might be that there's some agreement reached before Tuesday. I don't think that's a really far-fetched possibility. It's possible that's where this was all going from the beginning. I don't know. But it's possible there's an agreement reached before Monday and then no new tariffs. Worst case, I'm not an economist, but worst case is, I guess, both sides imposing lots of tariffs and prices going up. I mean, a situation where a trade war reduces growth and increases prices and makes economies and consumers well off in various countries. That's my unsophisticated worst case scenario. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you also, Brock Purdy the Great. Thank you also, Lori Murphy, the Vladinator. The Vladinator thinks this isn't a call to negotiate. This is public international blackmail. Thank you. There is no try as well. There is no try, says Canada charges the U.S. 20 to 30% for importing U.S. goods. I don't believe that's true. I mean, maybe there's specific things. I don't believe it's true that Canada has a 20 to 30% blanket tariff existing on the U.S. I just don't think that's true. Didn't we read an article that talked about a free trade deal that exists? Anyways, I'm not aware of that. Hold on a second here. Yeah, there is a current free trade agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada, the USMCA. Look, The U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement is a trade agreement between the named parties that entered into force into July 21st on 2020. That exists. And that was a little bit of a technical thing. Let me try to get you a better description here. You can see Wikipedia. The USMCA is a free trade agreement among the US, Mexico, and Canada. It replaced NAFTA, which was implemented in 1994. It is sometimes characterized as NAFTA 2.0. USMCA is one of the world's largest free trade zones. And this is currently in effect. Now, you might say, how is it that if they have a free trade agreement, the U.S. can impose tariffs on these countries? So I think that might be a reason that I've heard that some in Canada are claiming this is illegal, but I'm not sure. Thank you, by the way, to Kerry Poteet. Thank you, Kerry. And Louis R. And Dave McCarthy from Canada. Dave, if you're there, quick technical point. I think that it's possible for a plane to get a TCAS advisory about a helicopter as long as the helicopter has a transponder. The helicopter doesn't have to have the full TCAS system. Sorry, that's probably confusing to a lot of people, but I just wanted to respond to Dave. Thank you, Guillaume M. and Raina Hood. And Black Sheep Actual. And Degenerate Speculator. And who thinks Trump is pushing Trudeau out, installing new leadership with someone Trump can trust and isn't such a tool, says Degenerate Speculator. Thank you, Bill Ward. Oh, we mentioned Nova Scotia's premier announced something. Hold on a second here. Tim Houston. Thanks, Peasy Wheats, as well. Oh, look. Nova Scotia announced something. By the way, we're waiting for the Justin Trudeau announcement about Canada. But Nova Scotia is part of Canada. And the Premier of Nova Scotia posted and said, "It's remarkable to find ourselves at odds with our best friend and neighbor. It will take thoughtfulness and time, but we will get through this. There are things within our control that we must act on. We must ramp up our focus on finding new markets here at home with programs like Nova Scotia Loyal, focus on developing our own resources, eliminate interprovincial trade barriers, and finally, of course, by looking for international diversification." That means trading more with other countries besides the U.S. We will do these things, and no matter what, I will do everything I can to protect the interests of hardworking Nova Scotians and their families. Nova Scotians are my concern. We are anxious to understand the federal government's plans for programs to support Nova Scotians, and we will do what we can, but it's too early to determine exactly what is necessary. In response to U.S. tariffs, the following are steps that we will take. I think he's talking about specifically Nova Scotia steps. These aren't the national Canada steps. First, Nova Scotia will limit access to provincial procurement for American businesses. We will look for opportunities to cancel existing contracts, and we will maintain the option to reject bids outright because of President Trump's unlawful tariffs. So I guess the idea is, I'm trying to figure out exactly what this means. But does this mean like if Nova Scotia is looking to purchase something, like they want to buy, they want to pay, they want to hire, if Nova Scotia is hiring somebody to do something, they're not going to hire American businesses. And they're going to look to cancel contracts with American businesses. Correct? Am I right about this? That's what it seems like. Second, the cost of tolls at Cobequid Pass will double for commercial vehicles from the U.S. That's at Cobequid Pass. And finally, we will direct the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation to remove all alcohol from the U.S. from their shelves effective February 4th, 2025. There you go. There are some Nova Scotia measures. Look, some Nova Scotia measures. I want to look something up here. So, some U.S. tracks, ChatGPT says some U.S. trucks use the Cobequid Pass for deliveries. So they're raising the cost of tolls on the Cobequid Pass is a toll section of a highway. So they're raising the cost of tolls on a highway for the U.S. commercial vehicles. They are removing all alcohol from the U.S. Is Nova Scotia? Does this mean you can't buy liquor in Nova Scotia? Does this mean you can't buy U.S. alcohol in Nova Scotia? I'm asking ChatGPT. ChatGPT claims yes. So it looks to me from, ChatGPT says there are a few private liquor stores in Nova Scotia that operate independently of the NSLC. So I don't know, but many, I think most of the stores that sell alcohol in Nova Scotia, it seems to me, will pull U.S. liquor from their shelves. Some of you live there, so or near there, so you might know. I don't, but I'm just. Also, Nova Scotia, it looks like when the province itself is trying to hire businesses to do things, looks like they're going to go out of their way to not hire American businesses and cancel existing contracts and reject bids outright. Alan Mandel says, Nova Scotia is such a tiny market, it raises costs for their citizens. This is just one province, by the way. This is one province. Let me look at the other provincial leaders. Let me read you what Doug Ford said. There's a bunch of them. Let's see. Let me try a different one. Maybe some of the other provincial leaders have posted what they're doing in their provinces. I know Doug Ford posted something, but let me try a different one. Danielle Smith of Alberta, Premier of Alberta, said, I am disappointed with President Trump's decision to place tariffs on all Canadian goods. This decision will harm Canadians and Americans alike and strain the important relationship and alliance between our two nations. Alberta will do everything in its power to convince the U.S. President and Congress, as well as the American people, to reverse this mutually destructive policy. All right, hold on a second here. Do I want to read this whole thing? I don't know if I want to read the whole thing right now. Alberta calls on the federal government and our federal fellow provinces to immediately commence a national effort to fast track and build oil and gas pipelines to the east and west coasts of Canada. Talking about different things here. All right, I'm not going to worry about that right now. You can read her post at Danielle Smith. How about David Eby? Oh, David Eby said, join me at 4:30 today. Wait. Is that? Hey, David Eby is talking. Government British Columbia's David Eby is on the air. What is he saying? Maybe we should play it from the beginning. The Premier of British Columbia, Canada, is talking right now. Want to see what he has to say? Hold on a second here. So I'm gonna play this, but I'm gonna start it from the beginning, and I'll put up moments ago. So this is. Hang on a moment. There is David Eby, if I'm pronouncing it right. So this is, I'm going to say, moments ago, Premier of British Columbia, Canada, David. I'm going to say David Eby. So if I put this on the screen, there you go. Let's hear what David Eby had to say. We're going to play this right now. His media availability.
This is an attack on our country and on British Columbia families.
I just want to make sure I got the start. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here is David Eby, if I'm pronouncing it right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak directly to you, my fellow British Columbians, about Donald Trump's unjustified tariffs on Canada. This is an attack on our country and on British Columbia families that will not go unanswered. We won't back down or be pushed into becoming the 51st American state. Canada is a proud and independent nation. We're proud of how we take care of each other and our neighbors, just as BC firefighters have been helping the people of Los Angeles battle fierce wildfires. We're fortunate to live in the best province and the best country in the world. When our sovereignty is challenged, we have two choices: to surrender or to stand up. Today we make the only possible choice: to stand up for British Columbians and all Canadians, to defend our workers, our businesses, and our communities. Times like this call for a plan of action that is both thoughtful and tough. Our strategy consists of three main components: to respond firmly and forcefully, to strengthen our economy at home, and to diversify our trading relationships in Canada and around the world. Canadians and Americans have always been friends and good neighbors. In many cases, we're family. We share the longest undefended border in the world. We've been partners in the fight for democracy, from storming the beaches at Normandy side by side, liberating Europe from fascism in the Second World War, to helping Ukrainians defend themselves from Putin's illegal invasion and war of aggression today. Throughout our history, British Columbians have had a unique bond with American leaders. In 1923, a huge crowd turned up in Stanley Park to greet President Harding, the first to ever visit Canada. In 1964, President Johnson came to Vancouver to sign the Columbia River Treaty, when Canada and the United States agreed to work together on flood prevention and electricity generation. One of his last acts as governor of Washington State, Governor Jay Inslee traveled to Langford to pay respects to our dearly departed friend, Premier John Horgan. President Trump's crushing 25% tariffs are a complete betrayal of the historic bond between our countries. It is a declaration of economic war against a trusted ally and friend. I understand President Trump is concerned about fentanyl in the United States. Well, we're concerned about fentanyl too. It's taken too many lives here in BC and made people and communities less safe. We welcome U.S. support in stopping the flow of fentanyl, drug precursors, and organized crime from China and Mexico. We all need to work together on this global problem. This isn't the way to do it. As British Columbians and as Canadians, we'll stand strong and united in the face of this unprecedented attack. This is not a fight we started, but we will respond firmly and forcefully. Here in BC, we support a strong Team Canada approach to stand up to Donald Trump. For our first of many steps, effective today, I have directed BC liquor sales to immediately stop buying American liquor from red states. Liquor store employees will be removing the most popular of these brands from government store shelves. I have directed government and our crown corporations, like BC Hydro, ICBC, and health authorities, to immediately stop buying American goods and services and buy Canadian. And finally, we have communicated our full support.
I want to play that again about the red states. I'm going to post that. What was his exact language? This is David Eby. Did he post this? Because he specifically mentioned red states. Hang on a second here. If not, I'm going to have to just quote it exactly. He said red states. Okay. Hold on. Hold on a moment. I might have to replay it. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna just go back and play that again from that moment. Here we go. So, a specific act against red U.S. states.
Attack. And Mexico. We all need to work together on this global problem. This isn't the way to do it. As British Columbians and as Canadians, we'll stand strong and united in the face of this unprecedented attack. This is not a fight we started, but we will respond firmly and forcefully. Here in BC, we support a strong Team Canada approach to stand up to Donald Trump. For our first of many steps, effective today, I have directed BC liquor sales to immediately stop buying American liquor from red states. Liquor store employees will be removing the most popular of these brands from government store shelves. I have directed government and our crown corporations, like BC Hydro, ICBC, and health authorities, to immediately stop buying American goods and services and buy Canadian. And finally, we have communicated our full support to the federal government for a comprehensive, targeted set of national tariffs against American products. We call on them to act with urgency. The Americans are bigger, but if we don't stand up for ourselves, they'll just keep coming back for more. After response, the second pillar in our strategy is to strengthen our economy here and make our province more self-sufficient. Yesterday, the province's leaders in business, labor, and First Nations met as our provincial task force on economic security and trade. We are united and clear-eyed in our goal to diversify and grow our economy and deliver a unified response. We will come out of this stronger. We won't leave our prosperity to the whims of unpredictable forces from beyond our borders. That starts with leveraging our incredible natural strengths. To that end, we have identified 10 major projects to expedite right away, including mines, renewable energy, and natural gas. That is $20 billion of investment to create over 6,000 jobs and support people in northern and rural communities. We're accelerating permit approvals on critical mining and low-carbon energy projects. Creating good-paying jobs is crucial to protecting the services like healthcare and education that we rely on every day, making sure British Columbians can thrive no matter what the world throws at us.
All right, now I want to mention here Justin Trudeau, who's going to be speaking soon, and we're planning on carrying this live. It's believed that he will, well, I've seen reporting suggesting he will announce national response, maybe national tariffs on the U.S. from Canada, at which point Trump might announce more tariffs on Canada by the U.S. So Justin Trudeau posted here, and said here, oops, the United States has confirmed that it intends to impose 25% tariffs on most Canadian goods, with 10% tariffs on energy starting February 4th. I have met with the premiers and our cabinet today, and I'll be speaking with President Sheinbaum of Mexico shortly. We did not want this, but Canada is prepared. I'll be addressing Canadians later this evening. I think in this David Eby thing, he takes questions. I might forward it a little bit. I was showing you the video that's still going on, I think, from Premier David Eby of British Columbia. Let me just forward a little bit here.
Finally,
hold on a second.
We are diversifying our trading relationships. We're expanding trading partnerships with countries in Asia, Europe, and beyond. We already have new trade missions planned to strengthen relationships across the world. At the same time, we're working together with governments across the country to knock down trade barriers within Canada and make sure all provinces are buying Canadian first. We will never again allow ourselves to be beholden to the whims of one person in the White House. Now, I know many of you at home are worried right now about your job, about your business, about your family. And make no mistake, these tariffs do threaten workers, businesses, and whole industries, not just here at home, but on the other side of the border as well. In 1930, the US Congress passed a punishing tariff law. Loyal trading partners, including Canada, retaliated. American imports and exports dropped by 2/3. When the law first passed, unemployment in the US was at 8%. 2 years later, 3 times as many Americans were out of work, turning a depression into the Great Depression. Today's trade war threatens to be just as devastating south of the border. Canada, and BC in particular, has what the US needs. For example, a 25% tariff on Canadian mineral exports will cost American companies over $11 billion, increasing costs for the US defense industry, energy production, and manufacturing, and running directly counter to President Trump's stated goal of a golden age for Americans. Today we're at a crossroad, and the journey ahead won't be easy, but there is no place on earth I would rather be to face this threat than right here in British Columbia. We have everything we need to succeed: abundant natural wealth and clean, cheap energy, a diversified economy, and access to global markets. And our most important resource of all, you, the people who call this beautiful place home. British Columbians are hardworking, highly skilled, and resilient. Through this uncertainty, our government will be there to stand up for you and your family. As proud British Columbians and Canadians, we will meet this moment together and come out stronger on the other side. Together we'll fight, not fold. Be resolute, not roll over, because that's just who we are. Here in the true North, strong and free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now take questions. Our reporters on the phone line, please press *1 to enter the queue. We'll start in the room. Reporters get 1 question and 1 follow-up. We're starting with Paul Johnson from Global News.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you tell us, Premier, which particular sector of the economy are you most immediately concerned about in the short term as this plays out?
So the sectors that I'm particularly worried about are our resource sectors, especially the forest sector. The forest sector was already facing punishing softwood lumber duties, and it's not clear yet whether these additional duties will contribute a further 25% to the cost of purchasing Canadian lumber for Americans. And I'm concerned on 2 fronts, obviously for Canadians, for British Columbians, the jobs in the forest industry, but also for Americans. The cost of their housing has just gone up. 1 out of every 5 sticks of lumber used in the United States comes from Canada, and it just got 25% more expensive.
1 follow-up, a broader question for how you and the other premiers and the Prime Minister are going to deal with this. Is there a sense now, the way this has played out, that it's time to punch the bully in the nose and consider things that have been off the table so far? I know this isn't so much in the provincial realm, but defense. we're about to buy a bunch of surveillance planes from Boeing, replace our fighter jets, a multi-billion-dollar deal from Lockheed Martin. Might it not be time for Canada to start considering the timing and the terms of major investments in the American economy like that at this point?
Well, the Prime Minister will speak for the national approach, but I can tell you for British Columbia, we're looking at all of the purchasing that we're doing. Just the liquor purchasing that we do here in British Columbia is $3.5 billion. We are, depending on how you do the math, in the top 5 purchasers of alcohol products in the world through our liquor distribution branch. And so whether it's liquor or whether it's materials for our hospitals or our schools or public service, all of those will be under the lens of these tariffs, and we'll be buying from other jurisdictions and Canadian products first in preference to American products. And for major defense expenditures, which I know is a priority for the Americans, for the president, he wants to see Canada putting additional money into defense. Well, we're all happy to do that work together. But these tariffs will force Canada into procuring from other countries.
Next, we go to Jason Hui from Mingpao.
Hi, Premier. With this decision today, how long do you think we could sustain ourselves in this fight with U.S.?
This is an important question for British Columbians. It's important for people at home to know that BC is the least trade-exposed province to the United States. And this is a function of deliberate strategies by governments through the years to diversify our economy, including our government, and to expand our trade across the Pacific. And it's also a function of our geography. Unlike Ontario or Manitoba or Quebec, we do have access to those global markets. Even despite the fact that we're the least affected.
Okay, by the way, we have a live shot of the podium where Justin Trudeau is going to speak. He's not speaking yet, but that is a live shot there via Reuters. And maybe I should put a little something over that there, a little text so people know what we're looking at there. Hang on a moment here. Hold on. That's in Ottawa. So if I put this here, oops, I'm going to make that smaller, obviously. That's way too big, and it's in the wrong place. Shrink that, pull it down here. Oh my gosh, crazy, crazy. He's supposed to speak, I read at 8:30, so, let me also, you know what, I'll come back to this. I want to show you guys, hold on a second here. I want to show you what the, another premier said. Give me one moment here. Doug Ford of Ontario, what he had to say. By the way, I have an update for you. I have an update for you from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We have a new post. Oh, hold on. Somebody's doing like somebody's doing a white balance test. Somebody's doing a white balance test on the screen. Hold on a moment. But there's a new post from Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary. Check this out. It's a post from Sean Duffy. It says, here it is. The Transportation Secretary says, effective immediately, the Department of Transportation will no longer participate in celebrations based on immutable traits or other identity-based observances. These distractions do nothing to keep planes in the air, trains on the tracks, or ports and highways secure. In the wake of 2 devastating plane crashes, my focus is singular, enforcing the highest standards of safety and accountability. From now on, every day of every month, we celebrate transportation, beautiful infrastructure, and safety. That was just posted by the Transportation Secretary. Okay. Hold on a moment. Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, posted, and I'm just going to read some of what he said. He said, I'm extremely disappointed that President Trump has chosen to walk away from a trading relationship that for decades has made life better for millions of workers on both sides of the border. He said, I wish we weren't here. President Trump has chosen to move forward with tariffs that will only hurt America and make Americans poorer. Canada now has no choice but to hit back and hit back hard, he said. By the way, I have to look up this pronunciation. It's potash. Potash. He said, as Premier of Ontario, the federal government has my full support for a strong and forceful response that matches U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar. Canada has so much of what America needs, he says. High-grade nickel and other critical minerals, energy and electricity, uranium, potash, aluminum. We need to maximize our points of leverage and use them to maximum effect. The federal government also needs to pursue every legal route to challenge these unfair, unjustified, and illegal tariffs. The coming weeks and days will be incredibly difficult, he says. Trump's tariffs will devastate our economy. They'll put 450,000 jobs at risk across the province of Ontario. Every sector and region will feel the impact. He talks about things he'll do to help. None of us want to be here, but Canada and Ontario have faced down this kind of challenge before. Each time we've emerged stronger, more united, more determined than ever. Canada and Ontario will once again answer the call. Together we'll meet this moment. We'll stand united. We'll stand strong. Together we'll protect Ontario. We've been watching some of what the Premier of British Columbia has been saying too. I'm going to take a few comments here. Hang on a moment. Give me 1 second here. Just give me 1 second. Check a couple things here. But we have on live on the bottom left there, that is where we're going to have that full screen where Trudeau is going to speak. Hold on, let me check one other thing here. Wab Kinew, who is the Premier of Manitoba. Let me show you what Wab Kinew said. He is the Premier of Manitoba province. WAB says it's really important right now for all Canadians to stand together and for us to be united. Manitoba fully supports the federal government's response to these tariffs. Every single day this week, our government is going to be announcing new steps to protect your jobs and to safeguard our economy here at home. On a personal level, if you want to find ways to fight back, shop local and buy Canadian. Where you spend your money, these are some of the most important decisions that you make. So Trump built a wall, but it's a So Trump built a wall, he says, but it's a tariff wall targeting us. Trump's tariff tax is an attack on Canada and who we are. That is from Wab Canoe. Our viewer, Catherine Sigurdsson, is in Manitoba. And also, Susan Holt of New Brunswick, the Brunswick premier, said, in an act that will devastate New Brunswick and American workers, businesses, and the economy, Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on Canadian goods beginning at midnight on February 4th. It is time for Canada to stand strong and united against the threat of tariffs. I have just met with my fellow premiers and the Prime Minister, and Team Canada is prepared to hit back with a forceful response. Our team will use every tool in our toolbox to defend and support New Brunswickers and put an end to these tariffs. It's now more important than ever to build up our economy, buy local, and get to work, seizing the opportunities we have across New Brunswick and our country. Again, these tariffs will start on Tuesday. I believe Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. 25% on all goods from Mexico. 25% on all goods from Canada, except energy. Energy goods from Canada are 10%. And 10% additional tariffs on all goods from China. Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. And we're waiting to hear from... we're waiting to hear from... Justin Trudeau. Hold on, let me get this full screen for you. I got to get this full screen. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. We got to get Trudeau up full screen. So just hang on one moment here. There's too much going on. Is going on here. Okay, that is live, and that is Ottawa, Canada, awaiting Trudeau. The audio on. Oh, we got audio. We got some audio. We got some audio here. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, what is going to happen? We're bringing you live coverage. I want to take some comments from you guys too. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any updates here. And I know some people have been messaging me. Let's see here. Jarrett Nash, our viewer, thinks the Canadian lumber industry will not be able to hold tariffs for an extended period. Jarrett says, my southern pine trees just jumped in value, though, if they try. Murph thinks Trump is making a big mistake by implementing the 25% tariff on Canada. Murph says most of the fentanyl comes from China and Mexico. The Mexican cartels bring a ton of fentanyl into the United States. By the way, a number of viewers have messaged me about, I guess there is a fire at a refinery in Contra Costa County, California. So there is a fire, a big fire at an oil refinery there. But we're not covering that right now on this broadcast. You can see Contra Costa County says, Con Fire is on scene working a fire at the Martinez refinery. And then there is a shelter in place in parts of Martinez because of impacts of smoke. You can find out about that on CWSalerts.com. All right, but we're focusing on this story right now. Thanks, by the way, to Grevin Share. Grevin thinks this won't end well for Canada. Grevin thinks Trump has an iron grip on all levers of power. Thank you, PyCon, for your support, and Danny W71090, who says, we need hemp farms in USA, make our own lumber. Thank you, Georgia Culture. Thank you, Alex BZ. Thank you, Tasmanaut. Thank you, Van Gambler. Thanks to NMCT, who thinks that Canada, China, Europe, and Mexicans cannot take a hit and will break first. Thank you, Amalia G, for support. Thanks, Walter Beasley. Thank you very much. Also, thank you to, hang on a moment here. Thanks to Maple Katsu on Twitch. Massachusetts guy, thanks so much. Notorious Rob, thank you. Annie Cush, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And Sketty Sandwich, thanks for your support. Thanks to all of our moderators, too, over on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Sarah and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, over on YouTube there. Rusty G, Beth Mythical, Sabrina, all of our moderators, Roberts May Queen, and on Facebook. Thank you to all of our moderators there. We have had Christina Neal, I think, has been over there. Kay Lowry Body. Thanks to all of our moderators. In 11 minutes, Trudeau is supposed to speak, if he speaks on time. 11 minutes. What is he going to announce in response to Trump's tariffs? Again, 25% tariffs on all Canada goods except energy. Energy is 10%. It starts on Tuesday at 12:01 a.m., from what I understand. Mexico, 25% goods on all tariffs coming from there. 10% additional tariff on all goods from China. Ron Wyden, who is a Democratic senator, posted here from Oregon. Ron Wyden says, a few things that Trump just made more expensive for you. Gas, cars, TVs, iPhones, Xboxes, avocados, strawberries, furniture, power tools, Modelo, refrigerators, microwaves, clothes, bananas, tequila, maple syrup. Oh, did Claudia Scheinbaum Well, did she? I don't know what I saw a post from her before, but I don't know if there's an official. Let's see. Claudia Sheinbaum posted. Here is Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president. Okay, let me show you this. This is from Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president. This is translated by Google. We categorically reject the White House's slander against the Mexican government of having alliances with criminal organizations, as well as any intention of intervention in our territory. If such an alliance exists anywhere, the White House was claiming that, what was it? I think the White House posted that the Mexican government was like working with, I think, fentanyl producers. Was that what it was? Or cartels? Let me show you this. Let me show you what she's referring to. Hang on. So earlier today, the White House said that Mexican cartels have an alliance with the government of Mexico. Okay? So Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president, is saying we reject that allegation. She says, if such an alliance exists, hold on a second. Turn that down. She says, if such an alliance exists anywhere, it's in the United States armories that sell high-powered weapons to these criminal gangs, as demonstrated by the U.S. Department of Justice itself in January of this year. She talks about how her government has been seizing drugs and fentanyl and arresting people related to those groups. She says if the U.S. government and its agencies wanted to address the serious consumption of fentanyl in their country, they could, for example, combat the sale of narcotics on the streets of their main cities, which they do not do, and the money laundering generated by this illegal activity that has done so much to harm their population. They could also start a massive campaign to prevent the consumption of these drugs and take care of their young people, as we have done in Mexico. Drug consumption and distribution in their country is in their country, and that is a public health problem that they have not addressed. In addition, the synthetic opioid epidemic in the U.S. has its own origin in the indiscriminate prescription of drugs of this type, authorized by the FDA, as demonstrated by the lawsuit against a pharmaceutical company. President Sheinbaum of Mexico also says, Mexico does not want confrontation. We start from collaboration between neighboring countries. Mexico not only does not want fentanyl to reach the United States, but anywhere. Therefore, if the U.S. wants to combat criminal groups that traffic drugs and generate violence, we must work together in an integrated manner, but always under the principles of shared responsibility, mutual trust, collaboration, and above all, respect for sovereignty, which is not negotiable. Coordination, yes. Coordination, yes. Subordination, no. To this end, I propose to President Trump that we establish a working group with our best public health and security teams. Problems are not resolved by imposing tariffs, but by talking and dialoguing, as we did in recent weeks, with your State Department to address the phenomenon of migration. In our case, with respect for human rights, the graph that President Trump has been posting on social media about the decline in migration was created by my team, which has been in constant communication with his. I instruct the Secretary of Economy to implement Plan B that we have been working on. Oh, Plan B. Hey, look at this. Mexican President Sheinbaum says, I instruct the Secretary of the Economy to implement Plan B that we have been working on, which includes tariff and non-tariff measures in defense of Mexican interests. Nothing by force, everything by reason and right. So, Mexico is implementing Plan B, which includes tariff and non-tariff measures. I don't know what those are. Plan B coming up from Mexico. All right, I'm going to post that right now. President of Mexico says, I instruct the Secretary of Economy to implement Plan B that we have been working on, which includes tariff and non-tariff measures in defense of Mexico's interests. Nothing by force, everything by reason and right, she says. Give me one moment here. Just give me one moment. Get you a little volume here. We're waiting for Justin Trudeau. It is 8:26. I believe he is supposed to speak at 8:30. Thank you so much to Captain Jerry Donnelly, who thinks Americans should buy California avocados and Oregon lumber. Thank you, Jen. Jen says, Trump has successfully pushed Canada and Mexico to trade with other countries. Canada and Mexico won't send firefighters anymore. Thank you also, Grevenshare, who thinks the statements from Canada and Mexico are toothless and just full of whiny language. Thank you, Kender, for shouting out the mods. Thanks to our new member, Darren. Thanks, Steve Smith, who says this Council of Foreign Relations has a good article called What Trump's Trade War Would Mean in 9 charts. Maybe I will have to look at that. Thank you, Steve Smith. We are waiting for Justin Trudeau. What is he going to announce in response to the new Trump tariffs, which, remember, come into effect on Tuesday. Maybe Monday night there'll be a big deal announced and these tariffs won't come into effect. We'll see. We are bringing you live coverage. There's a press release from, I'm going to read you some of the press release from the White House that I just saw here. Let me pull this up if I can. Give me one moment. So let me read you a little of what the White House says. The White House released a press release entitled President Trump's Bold Action to Defend Americans. The White House says, today President Trump is taking decisive action to hold Mexico, Canada, and China accountable to their promises of ending illegal immigration and stopping the flow of deadly fentanyl and other drugs into our country. The White House says these measures will bring in billions in new revenue to the U.S. government. The White House says tariffs are a highly effective tool to produce positive outcomes for the American people. The White House says there is no better negotiator than President Trump, who is doing exactly what he said he would, put the American people first, and they say promises made, promises kept. That's just some of their press release on this. Let me also summarize the tariffs in the blurb there. Signed executive orders imposing new tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. The tariffs will begin Tuesday. The tariffs are as follows: 25% on all goods from Mexico, 25% on all goods from Canada, except energy, 10% hang on. On Canadian energy, and 10% on all goods from China. And we are waiting, really, any moment now, Justin Trudeau will be speaking. Uh-oh, what's happening? Any moment now, Justin Trudeau will be speaking to announce Canada's national response. Earlier tonight, he said that Canada is prepared. And he said yesterday, Justin Trudeau said that if the United States moves ahead, Canada is ready with a forceful and immediate response. So he is expected to announce, I would assume, some retaliatory economic actions by Canada. Some provinces in Canada have already announced different actions, local actions, like pulling American alcohol from stores, increasing tolls on American commercial vehicles, stopping the purchase of, stopping procurement of from America, not making new deals with American companies to buy their services, these kind of things. But we don't have the national response from Canada yet. The president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, said she has initiated their Plan B. She said they had a Plan A, a Plan B, and a Plan C. She said they have initiated their Plan B, which includes tariff and non-tariff measures against the U.S., but we don't know exactly what those are yet. And we'll see what China says about this as well and what China does. Oh, BNO said statement delayed until 9, one of our viewers said. I hadn't even seen that. Trudeau's speech has been delayed until 9 p.m. That is according to BNO News. They just posted it. Trudeau's speech is 9 p.m. Eastern time, guys. 9 p.m. Eastern time. Originally, we heard it was going to be 6. Then they said 8. Now it is 9 p.m. I have a report here. Brian Platt of Bloomberg News says there was very audible booing of the U.S. national anthem at the Ottawa Senators hockey arena tonight ahead of their game with the Minnesota team. Let me try to get you some updates here. So 25 minutes. Maybe I'll put that in the message up there. Awaiting response from PM Trudeau to tariffs at 9 ET. Excuse me. There. Thanks so much to you guys for tuning in and all of our moderators. I'm trying to get you updates as well here. Hang on a moment. Watching the Crumble writes in, yup, when Canadians aren't watching hockey or going ice fishing, we're forcing fentanyl down the veins of the country with the most armed civilians in the world. Don't mess with us. That's our viewer watching the Crumble. OPR, our viewer, let me get this here. Michael Lauzon says, lumber from Canada that we sell is harder wood than yours. And it makes good homes. Checking some of the other messages here. Thanks for your patience. Again, I haven't seen the details yet. Mexico says it is going to impose tariffs on the U.S. in retaliation. By the way, remember, from what I understand, the new tariffs, the new U.S. tariffs, the new executive orders allow Trump to increase the tariffs even more if countries retaliate against the U.S. with tariffs. So will we see Trump like tonight or before Tuesday say, well, Mexico and Canada, you retaliated against us, so I'm going to increase the tariffs even more? Wow, what's going to happen? What is going to happen? Thank you to TPAC 5000, who says this fentanyl problem could be today's version of the opium war on China, maybe the reason why U.S. is being so tough. Thank you, Patricia Banks, who says many medications that millions of Americans rely on every day are being manufactured in China. Thank you, Ann Jung, for your support, too. Thank you, Evil Bunny. Evil Bunny thinks Canadians should cancel their Netflix, Disney, all of them. Thank you, Flatulent Bill, who says Canada should target lumber, electricity, Mexico, fruit. Thank you, Bill Ward from Canada, who says it's funny that us Canadians are mad at Trump for these tariffs, but allow our own government to tax us into poverty. We need to man up as a country. Thank you, Anak123, who says these are crazy times to live through. Thank you, Denise Horton, who says Canadians still have GST tax, PST tax, carbon tax, capital gains tax, and Trump thinks we can afford 25% for USA products. Go pound sand. Thank you, Grevin Sher, who says point of the tariffs is to get companies to return domestic production that was outsourced to Canada, Mexico, and China. Now, Trump says the point is to get them to, Trump says he wants, these tariffs are meant to get Mexico and Canada and China to take a stronger stand on preventing fentanyl from coming into the country, and to prevent, for Canada and China to prevent illegal migration into the country. As soon as I find out, if I find out any specifics about what the Mexico tariffs are, I'll let you know. I have not seen any details. Oh, look, white balance for the camera. I have not seen any details on the Mexico specific response in terms of tariffs. Hang on, let me check. I got to check a couple things here. Just give me a second. I got to check a couple things. Just give me a second here. Thanks for your patience. By the way, the Wall Street Journal says that prices. Here are some items that the Wall Street Journal says will increase in price in the U.S. Just some of them: cars, Canadian lumber, cherry tomatoes. They say Canada is a big supplier of cherry tomatoes. Tonka trucks, which are made in China. The Wall Street Journal talked to an expert who said that Tonka trunks would probably go from $29.99 up to between $34.99 and $39.99. More than 80% of toys sold in the U.S. are manufactured in China, Wall Street Journal says. They talk about maple syrup and tequila going up, and avocados and smartphones and sledgehammers. Those are some items the Wall Street Journal says will go up in price. These go into effect at 12:01 a.m. Tuesday, Eastern Time. The Washington Post says if any of the countries retaliate with their own tariffs, which is likely, Mexico already said they're going to, the president has threatened to increase the applicable tariff rate in response. Also, the Washington Post says President Trump has also suspended rules for Canada that allow small packages valued at less than $800 to enter the U.S. on a duty-free basis, which officials have said is another route for illicit drugs to reach U.S. streets. U.S. companies and consumers last year purchased from the three countries, China, Mexico, and Canada, about $1.3 trillion worth of merchandise, including food, electronics, cars and car parts, and clothing, according to the Census Bureau. Steve Lookner, the president of the American Apparel and Footwear Association, said the new tariffs will inject massive costs into our inflation-weary economy while exposing us to a damaging tit-for-tat tariff war that will harm key export markets that U.S. farmers and manufacturers need. Also, the Washington Post points out that by imposing these tariffs on Canada and Mexico, Trump is effectively ripping up the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, the current free trade deal between U.S., Mexico, and Canada. They say he's effectively ripping up that deal. And that deal was made during Trump's first term in office. That deal was made in Trump's first term. Now, these tariffs have not gone into effect yet. As I've talked about, some people think Trump is just playing negotiating hardball and he'll make a deal before Tuesday. We will have to see. Jay Knows Which, our viewer, says, America is done. This is beyond serious, folks. Some of our viewers like this. Some of our American viewers like it. Some of them don't. Thank you, Flatulent Bill Lee. I am not a Canada politics expert, so I'm not going to start giving you analysis of Canadian politics here and assessments. Thank you also, Grevin Scher. Thank you, Tim Bowman. Tim thinks Canada can do nothing substantial in a trade war with the U.S. This is all theater. Just secure the border and end this. Curl says, thanks Curl, our viewer. Curl says if Canada responds to Trump, he will make them pay 50% and bury them. I honestly don't know. Also, let me say this. If it's a big negotiation for Trump, I mean, he could come out after this and say 50% on everything. But if he were to say 50% on anything, would Canada think he's serious, or would they just think, well, at that point, he's bluffing? I don't know. Thank you, Real Sportsman and T-Pack 5000. We have 12 minutes until we hear from Justin Trudeau with Canada's response to the tariffs. 12 minutes. Wow, this is a big deal if it happens. It's a big deal anyway, but it's especially a big deal if it happens. AP points out that the tariffs on Canada will also allow for tariffs on Canadian imports of less than $800. Imports below that sum are currently able to cross into the U.S. without customs and duties. AP says Trump is making a major political bet that his actions will not significantly worsen inflation, cause financial aftershocks that could destabilize the worldwide economy, or provoke a voter backlash. Whew. Hello, Callie says, why are people surprised? This is what Trump was saying the entire time during the campaign. That's what our viewer says. Stasha Morgan, our viewer, says, we'll be saving our aluminum foil and reusing it like my grandmother did even after the Depression was over. Thanks, by the way, to Lou Green for subscribing over there on Facebook. I appreciate it. Robert Real II, K. Lowry Body, thanks for subscribing. All of our subscribers over there. Thanks KD Singh Armija, who thinks Canada and U.S. economies just got screwed. Thanks also Black Pine Labs, who says, y'all don't understand how tariffs or the world work. We pay the tax on these imports, and companies have already said they are not bringing jobs back here. Trump is wrong here, and history proves it. Black Pine Labs is right in that the importer is the one who pays the tariffs. Thanks Robert Ian, our viewer, who thinks the world needs to stop using the dollar as its trading currency. And Evil Bunny, thanks for the gift membership. Trousers Skidmark, our viewer on Twitch, thinks if this goes through, there will be immediate repercussions felt. With that said, it incentivizes companies to move back, which will create more jobs. Patience will be needed to see positive impacts, though. That's from our viewer, Trousers Skidmark. Park Tracker 1, our viewer, says Trump and billionaires love inflation. It only widens the wealth gap between ultra-rich and everyone else. EMT Pirate says Trump is coming through on his campaign promises a lot different than the last 4 years. Renton thinks Trump will get major egg on his face and cause the Republican Party to implode. Should we do a quick poll maybe? Let's do a quick poll. All right, I'm going to do a poll. And the poll is going to be, are you ready here? Will this work out well politically for Trump? Yes, no, or neither? That is the question. Will this work out well politically for Trump? Yes, no, or neither? And I am posting it right now in the chat. We got to do it fast. We want to get to it before Trudeau speaks. I'll show you what people say in a second. I got to just get it posted up there on Facebook. Hang on a moment here as we wait for Trudeau. I see some people there. All right, let me show you what people said as a response to that poll. Okay, here is what you are saying. Oh, thanks to Benjamin Netanyahu, by the way, who says if this gets mad enough, we could be looking at invading Canada or Mexico, or at least a threat. I don't think that'll happen. I hope it doesn't. Thank you, Lucia Harizo, for your support. And MW, thank you, MW. MW says, does Trump not realize there are other countries who would love the trade with Canada and Mexico? Lucia says, let's talk about the trade deficit that exists where America gets screwed from these countries. They need to pay their fair share. All right, let me show you the poll results, what you guys are saying about this. I said to you, will this work out politically well for Trump or not? Will this work out well politically for Trump? Yes, no, or neither? On YouTube, the current poll result is 46% say yes, well, 47% say no, 7% say neither. On Twitch, Facebook, the result is 41% yes, 59% no. And on Twitch, the result is 32% yes, 62% no, 6% neither. We are just minutes away from hearing from Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. What is he going to announce? Get ready. Get ready. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Can you explain how this is different than his first term? These are more tariffs than his first term. But in his first term, I know he signed a free trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. But I did not come prepared to talk about the difference in economic policy between Trump in his first term and now. I honestly don't have a good background in that. I would need to read up on it. So I'm sorry I can't give you a better answer. But I can say that these tariffs are basically, as the Washington Post said, ripping up the free trade agreement that he signed with Canada and Mexico in his first term. Thank you, Martin. Thank you also, John, our new member. John thinks he has been planning this for 4 years. By the way, thanks for voting in our poll. Hang on a moment here. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. We got people in the room. There are people in the room. There are photographers in the room. We're getting ready. The world is watching. Some people in the world are watching. What is Justin Trudeau going to announce? We are very close to hearing from him right now. Thanks so much, Palm Tree and Darren from Canada. Thank you, Chris Timmons. Steppenwolf, thank you. Two minutes, I think, if they start on time. It's been delayed a couple times. Do I have any last-minute updates to give you? Let me check and see. B&O News posted video of the loud booing during the U.S. national anthem at an NHL game in Canada. I just posted that on my X account. Hold on a second here. All right, guys. Thank you, Razor. Razor, was it 393? 39T. And Captain Jerry Donnelly. All right, guys. It is almost 9 p.m. Everybody's watching and waiting to see what Canada does as a nation to respond to these new tariffs that are supposed to start on Tuesday on Canada by the U.S. Trump announcing new tariffs to start on Tuesday, 25% on all goods from Mexico, 25% on everything but energy from Canada, 10% on Canadian energy, and 10% on everything from China. Chris Canada says he will say everything in English and French. Thank you, Chris Canada, Quebec City. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to... let's fix this. All right, any moment now. I'm not aware that it's been delayed again. Guys, I need to switch out my headphones. I think I'm going to try to do this right now. Hang on a second. Maybe I'll switch out one of them. No. All right. We've been on a while. My headphones. Yeah, let me do this. The broadcast might pause for 1 second. Hang on. Things might pause for a second. Give it a second. Give it a second. We're good? We're good? We're good? Great. Okay, now I got to put the new headphones in. Now I got to put the new headphones in. We've been on covering this. I had my headphones ran out of battery, so I have to switch to the backup headphones. All right, here we go. Let's do this one more time and switch. We back? I hope. Good? Much better. Much better. At any moment, Justin Trudeau is going to come out, and I would assume he's going to announce tariffs in response to the U.S. new Canada tariffs. Will he give us specifics? The Mexican president said that there's going to be retaliatory tariffs, but no specifics. Will we get a specific announcement, or will he just say we're going to have new tariffs? And if he says something specific, will Trump respond tonight with more tariffs on Canada? Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Thank you to PZ Papa Zulu. Thank you. Thank you, Don Green, our member. And M-Town Lone Wolf. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I don't know what he's going to say. Don Riverstone says it is so crazy. One of our viewers says, let's see how it will play out. It is now 9:04. It's 4 minutes late. He is 4 minutes late. Let me actually change the main headline. That's what I should do. No, I won't do that. It is 9:06. It is 6 minutes late. We are waiting any moment now. Hans Kloss says last minute decision. Are they still deciding what to say? I don't know. I think it was originally scheduled for 6 p.m., 6 or 6:30. Kept getting delayed. Elizabeth G. thinks he's still talking to Mexico. Didn't he say that he already talked to Scheinbaum in his post? Anyways. Hold on. There's a guy who came in, but he walked away. Somebody thinks he's talking to Trump. Thank you, Chromite, for your support. Thank you, Anthony Ciaccio and Jeff Peff and Don Green and PZ Papa Zulu. Thank you. Thanks so much to all of our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Moderators, thank you. Roberts May Queen, Ruth Krafasi, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry and Misha. A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, Hearsay, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body. Christina Neal. Thanks to all of our other moderators, thank you. Laura in Detroit says, it is time. Thanks, the world is a vampire. I don't believe Trump is live right now. Thanks, Quasi Frodo and Denise Horton. All right, we are 9 minutes, well, we're already several hours after when this was originally supposed to happen, but the revised time was 9 p.m. It's now 9:09 p.m.
What color did you call for? We did 2048. Yeah, 31 and 7 on the right side. But there I feel it's more like 27, 28. That's the complicated. I know.
Like you guys, I am just waiting. I am sitting here waiting. Captain Jerry Donnelly says the art of the deal. Charlana says, sounds like it's about to happen. Flumpington says, come on, Justin, hurry up. All right, I think we might be close. I think we might be close. Maybe I'm wrong. Tanked says, all I got is time.
I think I'm going to do that. I always shoot the long shot.
You got 10 seconds to change your mind.
Yeah, that's right. Now you have no seconds.
He announced he was going to resign, but he's not going to resign until the Liberals choose a new party leader. So he is still the Prime Minister. Here we go. Here we go. It's starting now. It's starting now.
Bonsoir. Good evening. Today, the United States informed us they will be imposing 25% tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States and 10% on Canadian energy. A decision that, should they elect to proceed with, should take effect on Tuesday, February 4th. Cette décision met en péril une relation économique historique. Une relation qui a été la source de tellement de richesses, de prospérité et de possibilités des deux côtés de la frontière. Tonight, first, I want to speak directly to Americans, our closest friends and neighbors. This is a choice that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond that, it will have real consequences for you, the American people. As I have consistently said, tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery stores and gas at the pump. They will impede your access to an affordable supply of vital goods crucial for U.S. security, such as nickel, potash, uranium, steel, and aluminum. They will violate the free trade agreement that the President and I, along with our Mexican partner, negotiated and signed a few years ago. But it doesn't have to be this way. As President John F. Kennedy said many years ago, geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies. That rang true for many decades prior to President Kennedy's time in office and in the decades since. From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you. During your darkest hours, during the Iranian hostage crisis, those 444 days we worked around the clock from our embassy to get your innocent compatriots home. During the summer of 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged your great city of New Orleans, or mere weeks ago, when we sent water bombers to tackle the wildfires in California. During the day the world stood still, September 11th, 2001, when we provided refuge to stranded passengers and planes, we were always there, standing with you, grieving with you, the American people. Together, we've built the most successful economic, military, and security partnership the world has ever seen. A relationship that has been the envy of the world. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we've always found a way to get past them. As I've said before, If President Trump wants to usher in a new golden age for the United States, the better path is to partner with Canada, not to punish us. Canada has critical minerals, reliable and affordable energy, stable democratic institutions, shared values, and the natural resources you need. Canada has the ingredients necessary to build a booming and secure partnership for the North American economy, and we stand at the ready to work together. Let's take a moment to talk about our shared border. Our border is already safe and secure, but there's always more work to do. Less than 1% of fentanyl, less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States come from Canada. But hearing concerns from both Canadians and Americans, including the American president himself, we're taking action. We launched a $1.3 billion border plan that is already showing results, because we too are devastated by the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has torn apart communities and caused so much pain and torment for countless families across Canada, just like in the United States. A drug that we too want to see wiped from the face of this earth. A drug whose traffickers must be punished. As neighbors, we must work collaboratively to fix this. Unfortunately, the actions taken today by the White House split us apart instead of bringing us together. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la réplique du Canada, des tarifs douaniers de 25% sur 155 milliards de dollars de marchandises américaines. Dès mardi, 30 milliards de dollars de produits américains vont être touchés par ces tarifs et dans 21 jours, pour donner le temps aux compagnies canadiennes de trouver des options alternatives, ce sera le cas pour 125 milliards de dollars de marchandises de plus. Like the American tariffs, our response will also be far-reaching and include everyday items such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits and fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes. It'll include major consumer products like household appliances, furniture, and sports equipment, and materials like lumber and plastics, along with much, much more. And as part of our response, we are considering, with the provinces and territories, several non-tariff measures, including some relating to critical minerals, energy, procurement, and other partnerships. We will stand strong for Canada. We will stand strong to ensure our countries continue to be the best neighbors in the world. With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment. I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society, Canada's premiers, and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai parlé avec les premiers ministres de toutes nos provinces et territoires. On est unis et solidaires. Ils ont tous appuyé notre approche. On est aussi aligné pour faire tomber les obstacles qui freinent le commerce entre nos provinces et territoires et rendre ça plus facile pour les consommateurs de choisir des produits de chez nous. Il y a quelques minutes, je me suis entretenu avec Mme Sheinbaum, la présidente du Mexique, notre autre partenaire nord-américain, qui a lui aussi été la cible de tarifs douaniers aujourd'hui. On s'est engagé à travailler ensemble pour y faire face. Il s'agit d'une menace qui vise l'ensemble du pays et ça m'a fait chaud au cœur de voir autant de nos leaders répondre à l'appel et s'engager pour qu'aucun Canadien ne soit laissé pour compte. Notre gouvernement va être là pour les Canadiens, on va être là pour vous, mais en même temps, j'ai quelque chose à vous demander. Je vous demande d'être solidaires les uns des autres. Beaucoup d'entre nous vont être affectés par tout ça et vont vivre des moments difficiles. Je vous demande d'être là les uns pour les autres, d'être là pour vos amis, vos voisins et vos compatriotes. D'un océan à l'autre, les Canadiens sont très différents. On parle de différentes langues, on a de différentes croyances, on a de différentes opinions, de différentes idées. Mais quand on reste unis, on puise notre force dans cette différence. And now is also the time to choose Canada. There are many ways for you to do your part. It might mean checking the labels at the supermarket and picking Canadian-made products. It might mean opting for Canadian rye over Kentucky bourbon, or foregoing Florida orange juice altogether. It might mean changing your summer vacation plans to stay here in Canada and explore the many national and provincial parks, historical sites, and tourist destinations our great country has to offer. C'est le temps de choisir des produits d'ici et d'appuyer des entreprises d'ici, d'appuyer nos producteurs agricoles, nos manufacturiers, nos travailleurs, nos entrepreneurs, nos artistes. It might mean doing all of these things or finding your own way to stand up for Canada. In this moment, we must pull together because we love this country. We pride ourselves on braving the cold during the long winter months. We don't like to beat our chests, but we're always out there, waving the maple leaf loudly and proudly to celebrate an Olympic gold medal. On a notre propre identité, notre propre histoire et nos propres valeurs. Les Canadiens sont accueillants, ouverts, novateurs, ambitieux. On préfère régler nos disputes avec diplomatie, mais on est prêt à se battre quand c'est nécessaire. Canada is home to bountiful resources, breathtaking beauty, and a proud people who've come from every corner of the globe to forge a nation with a unique identity worth embracing and celebrating. We don't pretend to be perfect, but Canada is the best country on earth. There's nowhere else that I and our 41 million strong family would rather be, and we will get through this challenge, just as we've done countless times before, together. Thank you. Merci. Vive le Canada.
All right, so we'll take 20 minutes of questions, 20 minutes de questions. One question, one follow-up, une question, un suivi. Merci.
Bonsoir, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Raymond Filion de TVA. Est-ce que vous avez parlé ou tenté de parler avec le président Trump aujourd'hui ou dans les derniers jours?
Ça fait depuis l'inauguration que j'essaie de rejoindre le président. J'espère pouvoir lui parler bientôt. It's been since the inauguration that I've been reaching out to speak with Donald Trump. I hope to speak with him sometime soon.
Dans son décret qu'il a signé aujourd'hui, M. Trump menace le Canada d'augmenter encore plus les tarifs s'il y a des mesures de rétorsion. Vous annoncez des mesures de rétorsion ce soir. Certains vont se demander, est-ce que ce n'est pas risqué? Est-ce que ça ne risque pas d'envenimer la situation?
On va toujours faire ce qui est nécessaire pour défendre les Canadiens, défendre nos intérêts. On est en train de répondre avec un ensemble de mesures fortes mais appropriées. Et on va continuer d'être là pour défendre le Canada, les Canadiens et notre avenir.
Bonsoir, M. Trudeau. Vous avez mentionné que vous envisagiez d'autres mesures qui ne sont pas reliées aux tarifs. Pouvez-vous élaborer?
C'est sûr qu'on a beaucoup d'initiatives en dehors des tarifs qu'on peut entreprendre en tant que pays. On est en train de parler avec les provinces et territoires sur certains éléments dans leur région, leur juridiction. On a aussi des mesures comme ce que les provinces sont en train d'annoncer, d'enlever l'alcool et les spiritueux et les vins américains de leur régie des alcools. Il y a des mesures au niveau de l'approvisionnement municipal, provincial et même fédéral où on peut moins acheter des Américains. Le choix des Canadiens d'acheter des produits canadiens, de choisir des biens et des services du Canada et non américains, ça fait tout partie de notre réponse collective.
Mais juste pour précision, est-ce qu'il est question peut-être de couper l'approvisionnement en énergie? Mais la deuxième question, c'était davantage sur le décret des Américains. Il n'est pas question là-dedans, il est question de la frontière, mais pas de la relation commerciale. Est-ce que c'est parce qu'il faut s'attendre à une deuxième vague de tarifs?
Tout d'abord, ce qui est important quand on va regarder différentes façons de répondre ou de mettre encore plus de pression sur les Américains pour reculer sur les mesures qui sont de l'avant, on va s'assurer qu'il n'y ait aucune région du pays ou aucune industrie qui va porter un plus large fardeau, un plus lourd fardeau que d'autres régions. On sait qu'il y a certaines industries, dont l'industrie pétrolière, qui ont un grand impact aux États-Unis, mais on va s'assurer que toute réponse qu'on va faire va être équitable à travers le pays, parce qu'on ne veut pas que ce soit seulement une région ou une partie du pays qui paye le plus pour défendre tous les Canadiens. Et c'est quelque chose, un principe sur lequel tous les premiers ministres sont d'accord.
Est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre à une deuxième vague? C'était ça aussi la question.
Sur l'enjeu une deuxième vague, dans quel sens?
De tarifs, parce que dans le décret, il n'est pas question de la relation commerciale, il est juste
Ah non,
question
oui, tout à fait. Ces tarifs d'aujourd'hui sont ancrés dans la préoccupation du président sur le fentanyl. La réalité, c'est que le Canada représente une infime partie du défi au niveau du fentanyl auquel les Américains font face, et on est prêt à travailler avec eux pour régler cet enjeu dans nos communautés comme dans la leur. En même temps, il y a une enquête sur nos relations commerciales qui est en cours dans le système américain, qui va aboutir le 1er avril, et à ce moment-là, ils vont prendre d'autres décisions. In regards to actions we might take in terms of responding to the American trade action, there are a number of different industries and regions of the country that can have greater leverage over the United States. One thinks of the oil industry, for example. What is extremely important for me, and I think for all the premiers, is that no one region of the country or one industry carries a larger burden than anyone else in standing up for Canada. We need to all be in this together. This only works if Canadians are fully united from coast to coast to coast to stand up for this extraordinary and beautiful country. And that's why, as we look at different measures, including non-tariff measures that we might move forward on, we will not be moving forward on issues that further divide the country, which is why we're working with all premiers to look at different ways we can encourage the Americans to step back from these trade actions.
Bonjour, Christian Noël de Radio-Canada. Pour être clair sur cette question-là, les tarifs sur le gaz naturel et le pétrole ne sont que de 10 % alors que pour le reste, c'est de 25 %, notamment parce que les États-Unis ont besoin de notre pétrole. Ils ont besoin de plein d'autres choses dans notre secteur énergétique. À quel endroit est-ce que vous êtes prêt à couper le robinet?
Tout d'abord, soulignons que oui, les Américains ont besoin de notre gaz et notre pétrole, ils ont besoin de nos minéraux critiques, mais ils ont aussi besoin de nos pièces d'automobile, ils ont besoin de nos produits agricoles, ils ont besoin de notre ciment, ils ont besoin de notre bois d'œuvre. Il y a énormément de choses que le Canada produit, qu'on vend à des prix très, très bon marché ou bien responsables aux Américains, sur lesquels ils dépendent pour leur bien-être économique. Des tarifs de 25 sur tout ce que le Canada produit, ça va faire mal aux Américains, aux consommateurs américains, aux producteurs américains. On s'attend à avoir des défis énormes dans l'industrie automobile, par exemple, aux États-Unis, où des pièces et du travail canadien et mexicain sont des éléments essentiels de ce qu'ils font. Alors, on va être là pour regarder et encourager les Américains de revenir en arrière sur ces tarifs et on va utiliser toute la gamme d'outils qu'on a. Pour être très clair, on ne veut pas être dans cette situation. C'est le choix des Américains de nous mettre dans cette situation-là, mais puisqu'on est ici, on va répondre de façon responsable et forte pour défendre le Canada.
Dans un match de hockey ce soir à Ottawa, durant l'hymne national américain, il y a des Canadiens qui ont hué l'hymne national américain. Est-ce qu'ils ont raison d'être en colère et êtes-vous en colère?
On a une très longue histoire avec les Américains. On a un partenariat sans pareil, mais il y a toujours eu des moments de différends, des moments de tension entre nos deux pays. Et c'est des moments profondément sentis parce qu'on est si proches en tant que voisins et amis et famille. Et ça peut être pénible pendant qu'on passe à travers ces moments-là. Mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance dans les Canadiens, mais surtout, j'ai aussi confiance dans le peuple américain qui comprend à quel point leur lutte, leur grand défi dans le monde, c'est pas le Canada. Et qu'en travaillant ensemble, on va pouvoir passer à travers ces moments pénibles pour en sortir encore plus fort.
Est-ce qu'ils ont raison d'être en colère?
Je pense que les Canadiens ne comprennent pas tout à fait pourquoi les Américains sont en train de cibler leurs meilleurs amis et leurs plus proches partenaires plutôt que d'autres pays dans le monde.
En anglais?
I think Canadians are a little perplexed as to why our closest friends and neighbors are choosing to target us instead of so many other challenging parts of the world. I don't think there's a lot of Americans who wake up in the morning saying, oh, damn Canada. Oh, we should really go after Canada. We're there as friends, as partners. We always have been, we always will be. Sure, we're going through a difficult time right now, and yeah, emotions may run high here and there, particularly around hockey games. But I know we're going to make it through this because we have the most successful partnership the world has ever seen, and it's a true value in this time of really challenging geopolitical instability.
Jillian Piper with Global News. Prime Minister, will you recall Parliament to pass a bill to help Canadian workers and end prorogation?
As you can see from our strong response package, as we spoke about with premiers this afternoon and have for many weeks, we have the tools to be able to support Canadians through this challenging time as it stands. This is a moment for Canadians to pull together, including Canadians of all different political parties. This is a moment where we need to set aside our differences and focus on delivering for Canadians, standing up for Canadians, and protecting the most successful political, military, economic, and security partnership the world has ever seen. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We have the tools to do it as a government right now, and we will keep doing it alongside our premiers and our partners.
A member of the Canada-U.S. Council, Lana Payne, today said that an ally would not act this way, and therefore the U.S. is no longer Canada's ally. Do you agree with that?
Like I said, I think there are going to be people who are upset and even hurt by what's gone on here. But I have faith. I have faith in Canadians, but I also have faith in the friendship between Canada and the United States that has gone through challenging times before, but we always make it through because we've been able to count on each other for over 150 years, and we will continue to be able to do that long into the future. This is a friendship that has stood the test of time, and despite challenges that we can work on and we will work on together, we will continue to be friends and neighbors.
Prime Minister, you said earlier that you're not going to move forward on measures that would further divide the country. Does this mean that blocking energy exports is fully off the table?
It means that any conversations around further measures, particularly involving one industry or one region of the country more than another, is something that we're going to do carefully and thoughtfully and with the full partnership of regional leaders, provincial premiers, businesses. No one part of the country should be carrying a heavier burden than any other. We're in this together. We're all going to stand together, and we'll be there for each other from coast to coast to coast.
And President Trump said in the executive order that it's about the border and fentanyl. Do you think that this is what it's about?
We have one of the strongest, more secure borders in the world between Canada and the United States. As I said, less than 1% of fentanyl going into the United States come from Canada. Less than 1% of illegal migrants going into the United States come from Canada. That doesn't mean there isn't more to do. And that's why we've invested $1.3 billion in strengthening our borders. And we're seeing over the past number of weeks, past couple of months, the numbers significantly decrease at the border already. We are making progress in working together, including sending joint teams over to China to talk about the precursor chemicals that get developed into fentanyl all across North America. There are things that we can and must do together, and I understand the preoccupation the American president has with fentanyl deaths. We share those preoccupations. We've seen far too many communities across our country devastated by toxic drug supplies, by fentanyl, by opioid addictions. We have taken action over the years, but we're happy to do even more with the United States to counteract this horrific tragedy. That's why we have committed to doing even more and working alongside. But this trade action against Canada is not the best way we can actually work together to save lives.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Stephanie Taylor with the National Post. What does it tell you about your relationship with President Trump that you've been trying to get a hold of him and he hasn't been speaking with you?
I think this is a time where we've all remarked on just how active President Trump has been in engaging with a wide range of topics in his first weeks in office. As you all know, I've had many good and substantive conversations with President Trump over the past months, where we've highlighted the work that we can do. Our ministers and officials have been engaging, in many cases like today, multiple times a day with their counterparts to talk through these issues, to move forward on areas of mutual concern. We will continue to engage, and I will continue to be there to work with President Trump as we've worked together in the past. We've worked together to solve some pretty challenging issues over the years. I look forward to doing that again. Je pense qu'on peut souligner à quel point le président est extrêmement actif avec beaucoup de différents enjeux sur sa table. Ça fait plusieurs mois que j'ai eu beaucoup de conversations avec lui sur les enjeux dont on est en train de discuter aujourd'hui. Il sait très bien mes positions et en même temps, les ministres sont extrêmement actifs à être engagés avec leur contrepartie américaine, y compris plusieurs fois chacun aujourd'hui, pour souligner le travail que nous pouvons faire. Alors, il faut se souvenir que moi et le président, nous avons réglé de grands enjeux dans le passé et je suis toujours prêt à le faire encore une fois.
But if you can't get a hold of President Trump on a day as consequential as this, when it really matters, can Canada have a productive relationship with President Trump and the Trump administration moving forward?
As I've said, we have had a very effective and constructive series of conversations throughout the American administration. We'll continue to. I look forward to speaking with President Trump in the coming days and weeks. This is something that matters, but we've solved big issues before, and we will solve them again.
Last question, dernière question, s'il vous plaît.
Thanks for taking our questions. Raisa Patel, the Toronto Star. When did you first learn that President Trump intends to increase tariffs if Canada retaliates, and how has that changed your strategy?
I think Canadians understand that we need to respond to this. We need to respond in a way that is appropriate, that is measured but forceful, and that meets the moment. We're certainly not looking to escalate, but we will stand up for Canada, for Canadians, for Canadian jobs. We will also continue to do more together with the United States to counteract the scourge that is fentanyl. We will continue to work on growing our economies together, on creating jobs and competing with the rise of non-market economies around the world. We can and will do things together, and that is my focus. My job is to stand up for Canadians. That's exactly what we're doing. But we're also standing up for the relationship between Canada and the United States, which, as I've said, is the most successful partnership and friendship the world has ever seen.
You're dealing with the U.S. administration that says, there's nothing that you can do to stop this. We're not looking for any concessions. So do you see any conceivable way out of this because of that?
The coming weeks will be difficult for Canadians, and they'll be difficult for Americans. The level of cooperation, the level of effective partnerships between our two countries that have been established over decades and generations means that this trade action by the Americans and our response is going to have real consequences for people, for workers on both sides of our border. We don't want to be here. We didn't ask for this. But we will not back down in standing up both for Canadians and for the incredible, successful relationship and partnership between Canada and the United States. I look forward to working with the American administration on a range of challenging issues that our communities and our world is facing. And I hope that day comes soon. Merci beaucoup.
All right, this concludes today's press conference. Ça conclut la conférence de presse d'aujourd'hui. Merci.
Merci tout le monde.
That was Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau. And he has just announced that Canada will impose retaliatory 25% tariffs on billions of dollars of U.S. goods. Some of those will take effect on Tuesday, and some, I believe, after that. I don't have the exact list of goods. Some of the goods he mentioned were things like beer, wine, fruit juices, perfumes, appliances. Oops. Hold on a moment here. Lumber and plastic. I would like to get a list of the whole. I don't have like an official press release about that from the Canadian government. Yes, but he did mention beer. So what do you guys think about this? Now, what does Trump do? So Trump had threatened to put more tariffs on these countries if they responded with tariffs. So what is Trump going to do now? Now that Mexico and Canada have announced retaliatory tariffs, is Trump going to come back out and even increase tariffs? I don't know. We might ask a poll question about this. So, wow. Let me just fix the headline here. Oops. Take some comments from you. It's even bigger, though. I feel like it's bigger. That it's like Canada and Mexico announced tariffs in response to Trump's tariffs. Let's do that. How about Canada and Mexico announced tariffs in response to Trump tariffs. There we go. That gives you a little better idea of what's going on. We don't know the specifics on Mexico's tariffs yet. One of our viewers says, is this poker now? Hey, look, the Trump tariffs don't go into effect until Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. Some people think this is all just a big negotiation by Trump, and the tariffs won't actually go into effect. Let's see. BKDDY thinks Trump's tariffs just got higher now. Christian V says, what to do Trump now? Dowo says, I'm selling the S&P 500. Mirth Logic says, chess match begins. Josh Allen's wasted career says, raised to 75%, little brother gonna learn. I don't know if I can make this headline a little better. Canada and Mexico, it's got to be short enough. Canada and Mexico retaliate with tariffs for Trump's tariffs. Let's see. Just Country Girl says Trump is always 5 steps ahead. How's this? Canada and Mexico retaliate with tariffs in response to Trump tariffs. There it is. I got it. I got it. Let's see here. I'm going to ask a poll question now. Will Trump announce higher tariffs now on Canada and Mexico? Okay? That's my poll question. Will Trump increase the tariffs on Canada and Mexico more? Further? I'm going to put it in the chat and you guys can respond. Will Trump further increase the tariffs on Canada and Mexico, as he has threatened to do if they responded? Well, they did respond. And I'll show you what you guys say about this. All right, I'm going to ask the chat. Trump, he could announce it tonight. I have no idea. We haven't heard anything from China yet, I don't think, about their 10% new tariff. Let's see here. Oh, I got to post it on Facebook too. Hold on. Post it everywhere. Then I'll show you what you guys have to say. Let's see. Polls. Yes. Oops. No. Okay, I am posting it now on Facebook. All right, so I asked you guys, I said, will Trump, the poll question is, will Trump further increase the tariffs on Mexico and Canada? Let's see what you guys said. Look at that headline. Can you believe it? Trump puts tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China, spurring trade war as North American allies respond. All right, I asked, will Trump increase the tariffs on Mexico and Canada further? Over on YouTube, the current vote there in the poll is, I am posting it right now, the current vote on YouTube is 81% say yes, Trump will further increase the tariffs on Canada and Mexico now. Over on Twitch, the current vote is 87% on Twitch say yes, Trump will increase further the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. And real quick, on Facebook it is 70% yes, 30% no. So most of you think Trump is going to announce increases, and how soon will he announce that? What's the stock market going to do on Monday? I don't know if the stock market, if investors think that this is really going to happen. There might be investors who are like, it's not going to actually happen. They'll make some deal Monday night. By the way, if there's no deal, we will have live coverage Monday night. We will have live countdown coverage for you. Counting down to the tariffs. Trade war countdown. Trade war countdown. Makes It Fit says, give it an hour. Sandy thinks Trump will go up to 50% next. Oopsie. Hold on a minute. Give me one moment here. We're going to wrap up the poll. I appreciate you voting in the poll, but most of you think that Trump is going to further increase the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. I'll have to keep an eye on his Truth Social. Thanks for voting in our poll. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I just need to stop the poll on Facebook. No, it did stop, I think. Hold on. Close results. Okay, there we go. Let me read some more comments. I'm going to say a couple more thank yous. I want to thank our moderators and thank some other people. Thank you, by the way, to big thanks for your support, Lindsay. Lindsay thinks it will wreck Canada's economy because the trade between the U.S. is more important to Canada. That's what Lindsay thinks. Thanks, Tooth Decay. Thank you, Kazmira Flanagan. Thank you, NMCT, who thinks if Canada shuts off energy exports, GDP will drop 7.1% and Canada will see inflation increase across the board. NMCT thinks Trump is going to win this. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Now, Martin, I believe from what my understanding is that the original executive order gives the president the right to increase tariffs if I can check, but I thought it was that it gave the president the right to increase tariffs. I can look here. If one of the countries retaliated. Let me see here. I have to check out the actual. I can show you guys, actually. I can show you, actually. This is the Canada. This is the Canada executive order with the tariffs. Blah, 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 blah. Where does it talk about the retaliation? I can't find it. Give me a second here. Should Canada retaliate against the U.S. in response to this action through import duties on United States exports to Canada or similar measures, the president may increase or expand in scope the duties imposed. So it's not mandatory. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Jay-Z Gamer. Thank you, Cray Sky, who says, goodbye, avocados. Thank you, Vince Lasagna. Thank you, Actually Dan. Thank you, Fred Mathewson. Thanks, Tanner Toxicity, who says, wait, so Trump hasn't even called Canada since the inauguration? Yes. Prime Minister Trudeau says he's been trying to talk to Trump since the inauguration. They have not spoken since the inauguration. That was certainly notable, I thought. I agree with you, Fred. Or Tanner Toxicity. Was it Fred or Tanner Toxicity? Tanner Toxicity, thank you. Thanks also to Don Campbell and Shorty, who says, it looks like we're going to have a tariff measuring contest. Thank you, Diamond G. And Angel Mendez, who says, everyone, we pay the tariff, not other countries. The consumers, you think corporations won't take advantage of price gouging Americans using tariffs? Thanks to Bo F2 and Real Sportsman and Grevin Share. Thank you. A couple more thank yous. Walter Beasley, Rozila Streaming Network, Jack, Bebop and Rocksteady, Ronald Kame, Margin Call, Flexburger, Source, The World is a Vampire, MyChem, Nicole from Canada, Stephen Stewart from Canada. Special shout out to all of our Canadian viewers. I want to take some more comments from you. Give you guys. Let me see if I have any more updates for you. Give me one moment here. Quick thanks also to Daredevil 2300 on Twitch, Anonymous Gifter on Twitch, Douthis on Twitch, Notorious Rob on Twitch, and a shout out to our moderators. They are awesome. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms at all. A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah and Surly Dev over there on YouTube, Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X. The first group was from Twitch. Next group was from X. On YouTube, Robert's May Queen, Chromite, Ruth Krafasi, Sabrina. Thanks to all of them. And over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body has been there. Christina Neal. Big thanks to all of our moderators. All right, let me try to get you guys some updates here. And let me just make sure I'm not missing any breaking updates. I got to keep checking for that. Hang on a moment. One moment. I was seeing if the Canadian government had posted anything new. All right, give me one moment here. The U.S. State Department just put out a very short statement 2 minutes ago. I'll show it to you. It says, with today's announcement, the president has taken bold action to hold Mexico, Canada, and China accountable to their promises of stopping poisonous fentanyl and other drugs from flowing into our country. Maybe there's more to come from them. Maybe they'll post a series of statements. Okay. Check it out. Check it out. In case you missed it, where is this here? Here. Mexican president orders retaliatory tariffs against U.S. See, that's Claudia Sheinbaum. Reuters says that the Mexican president said today she ordered on her economy minister, her economy minister to impose tariff and non-tariff measures to defend her country's interests. But we don't know specifically what those are yet. We saw this report before from Reuters too. Where is it here? Pump prices set to rise as Trump tariffs hit Canadian and Mexican oil. U.S. consumers will see higher prices at the gas pump from President Trump's decision to apply tariffs on Canadian and Mexican oil, according to analysts and fuel traders. The U.S. imports some 4 million barrels per day of Canadian oil, 70% of which is processed by refiners in the Midwest. It also imports over 450,000 barrels per day of Mexican oil. Tariffs on those imports mean higher costs for making finished fuels like gasoline, much of which is likely to be passed along to U.S. consumers. Gas Buddy analyst Patrick DeHaan said, expect fuel prices will rise noticeably if oil and refined products are not exempt. Well, they are not exempt. He told Reuters in a telephone interview that the hit to consumers will get worse the longer the tariffs drag on. White House officials said that Trump had originally planned a 25% tariff on all goods from Canada and Mexico, but cut the Canadian oil tariff in an effort to ease the impact on energy prices. Many U.S. refineries are geared to churn the type of heavy and medium crude oil grades Canada produces, and Canada's oil output exceeds its current demand. Wells Fargo expert said, someone is going to get kind of hurt here. The oil in Alberta, Canada doesn't have much of an option where it goes, and the refiners in the U.S. Midwest don't have much of an option where they get the feedstock for their refineries. East Coast drivers could also feel the crunch. The East Coast refining capacity, says Reuters, meets just about half the daily fuel demand, and the rest is met mainly by Colonial Pipeline, which pumps over 100 million barrels of fuel daily from the Gulf Coast. But that pipeline is almost always full. The East Coast will either have to bear the additional cost of importing from Canada or turn to European fuel imports to make up for shortfalls. Anyways, pump prices set to rise. Hoops McCann says, why is he going after Canada? Less than 1%? Are you kidding me? Prime Minister Trudeau said that less than 1% of the fentanyl coming into the U.S. comes from Canada, and less than 1% of the illegal immigration comes from Canada. That is what Prime Minister Trudeau said. What is going to happen, guys? How is this going to all play out? Well, if it's not no deal by Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. Terminator 4D says it isn't about the fentanyl or the immigration. It's Trump being it's Trump just being Trump. Dat guy Mike thinks Trump is not going to talk to Canada until Trudeau is out. Silent Owl Scribe, Trump said he was going to place tariffs on the European Union, but that hasn't been formalized yet. That hasn't actually officially happened yet. Unknown Sender says, I consider fentanyl sent across Mexican and Canadian borders to be a chemical weapon of mass destruction, harming and killing thousands of U.S. citizens. KC says, I have to think that Trump has already taken all of this into consideration. Kevin Grove says he promised the golden years of America. This is not that. I think golden age was his term. Let's get you some more here. Oh, let me show you about some goods. Hey, let me read you about some things where prices could go up. From avocados to autos, Trump tariffs on Canada and Mexico could hit close to home. We haven't even been talking about China. Let's see here. Where does it talk about the goods? I thought the article was going to be like a list of goods. That's what I thought this article was going to talk about. Doesn't really. That's what I'm looking for. I want to give you some specifics. Let's see. Here are some goods in the crosshairs. This is from AP. Auto production. For decades, auto companies have built supply chains that cross the borders of the US, Mexico, and Canada. More than 1 in 5 of the cars and light trucks sold in the US were built in Canada or Mexico. Also, auto parts. This expert says you have engines and car seats and other things that cross the border multiple times before going into a finished vehicle. You throw 25% tariffs into all that, and it's just a grenade, said the expert. TD Economics notes that average U.S. car prices could rise by around $3,000. Higher prices at the pump. Canada is by far America's biggest foreign supplier of crude oil. For many U.S. refineries, there is not much choice. Canada produces the type of crude oil that American refineries are geared to process. It's a heavier crude, says an expert. All of the fracking and all the oil and gas we make here in the U.S., or most of it, it's a lighter crude that a lot of American refineries don't process, particularly in the Midwest. TD Economics figures that Trump's tariffs could push up U.S. gasoline prices by 30 cents to 70 cents a gallon. Tariffs would raise the price for those raising a glass of tequila or Canadian whiskey. Expensive avocados, just in time for the Super Bowl. About 90% of avocados in the U.S. come from Mexico. You're talking about guacamole tariffs right before the Super Bowl. Guacamole tariffs right before the Super Bowl. U.S. farmers are nervous, too, that Canada and Mexico will retaliate by slapping tariffs on American products such as soybeans and corn. That's what happened in the first Trump administration. China and other targets of Trump tariffs hit back by targeting the president's supporters in rural America. Whew. What's going to happen? One of our viewers said, no guacamole. Stratodon says corn salsa is just as good. Ladale Korea says, so gas is going up? Great, just great. Katrina H says, avocado toast prices are rising. Show you a couple other things here. This is also from a Reuters article. What has been said and what would the impact be? This is from yesterday. They talk about some more of the goods down here. The largest sector, what will happen to the goods the U.S. imports from Mexico? The largest sector by far to be affected by new tariffs of those goods would be autos and auto parts, which accounted for $129 billion worth of imports from Mexico in 2023. The supply chains of Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. in the auto industry is heavily intertwined. Mexico and Canada account for more than 50% of all auto parts exported to the U.S. New tariffs are expected to pressure the bottom line of major U.S. automakers that have plants in Mexico, like General Motors, ultimately raising prices of SUVs and pickup trucks for U.S. consumers. The next biggest categories of goods from Mexico to be impacted include electric machinery and a wide range of parts and equipment like motors and generators and motor fuels, crude oil and petroleum coke. Beverages and spirits like tequila, mezcal is it? And beer also make up a substantial portion of U.S. imports. The U.S. is also heavily reliant on Mexican agricultural products and commodities like sugar, flour, and fresh fruit and vegetables, including avocados, which will see a spike in demand ahead of the Super Bowl. Wow. What's going to happen with prices, guys? Thomas Darwin thinks we are in trouble. Tub of Popcorn says Cali grows 10% of our avocados. Not enough. It's called supply and demand. John Rocker says make them in America. That's what they want. Kiwi says China is about to swoop. KO4 says people are overreacting. P14 says, it's hurt the U.S., but the tariffs will hurt Canada and Mexico way more. April Coco says, Americans don't need fruits and vegetables. Ha ha. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned maple syrup. I wonder if I can find anything about the Canada goods. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. One moment. The Washington Post has an article. Here's what could get more expensive with Trump's new tariffs signed today. By the way, Mexico is the largest source of imports to the U.S., followed by China and Canada. Together, they account for 43% of all U.S. imports. The Washington Post says tomatoes, T-shirts, crude oil, and cars are among the items that could get more expensive. Let's see here. The Post says China is the main source of imported consumer goods. That means electronics like cell phones, apparel like cotton shirts or shoes, and children's toys could be subject to higher tariffs than they are now. The Best Buy CEO said on the company's earnings call last week, there's very little in the consumer electronics space that is not imported. The Post also says one of the first places that U.S. shoppers may feel the impact of increased tariffs is in the grocery aisle. The U.S. imported $9.9 billion of vegetables and more than $11 billion worth of fruit and frozen juices from Mexico last year. Hang on a moment here. I want to give you a little more of that. Where is, hold on, one moment, please. Thank you. What happened here? An expert at Michigan State University, who the Washington Post talked to, said the proposed tariffs would have a significant impact on food prices. The majority of America's avocado supply comes from Mexico. I believe it's the large majority, as well as a sizable amount of tequila and most of the imported beer Americans drink. Like many products, Mexican beer is often made in partnership with the U.S. using barley from Idaho or Montana, for example. Vehicles and car parts is pointed out. I keep seeing articles mention those. Sumi Su thinks downplaying this is delusional. Shatterproof says tomatoes are easy to raise. E-Oddity says, fine, we'll make it in America. Wendy Vasher says, Michigan syrup. It was really interesting. And when Prime Minister Trudeau spoke tonight, to hear him saying like things like, we're going to have to buy Canadian. And also, maybe you don't want to take that vacation in America. It's like, it's just crazy that this is happening. It's real to just hear this actually happening. It's like a movie scene or something. Thank you, Caleb Anderson, for your support, by the way. Also, PZ Papa Zulu and Benjamin Netanyahu. Savage Sweet says stock markets will react. I don't know what the markets will do on Monday. I don't know how much of this was anticipated and priced in. We'll have to see. Personally, I think there's probably a lot of uncertainty as to whether these will actually happen, because I think some people think that Trump is bluffing just to get a better deal. It's a much bigger deal if it's Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. and there's no deal, and these tariffs start to go into effect. Hey, look there's a little graph here from AP. Winging it for the Super Bowl, broccoli might be a cheaper party snack this year. Guys, broccoli might be a cheaper party snack this year. Oh, let me download this. I'm going to download the graphic so I can show you. Maybe you guys want to consider serving broccoli for the Super Bowl this year. I heard it might be a cheaper party snack. Let's check this out here. Let's check this out. Oopsie. Hold on. Just messed up. All right. How much will you pay for Super Bowl party staples this year? Oh, is this even about tariffs? I don't even know if this is about tariffs. Is it? Oh no, I think this is not about tariffs. This is just about how things compare to last year. Well, maybe they should update that for tariffs. Sorry. I'm not going to talk about that article. Let me see also if there's any breaking updates here. By the way, did the NTSB ever post the video of the press conference about Philadelphia crash? I don't know if they... Oh, they did. What I'm going to... in a moment, we never got to see it. In a few minutes, I will play, as I promised. We've been talking about both the tariffs and the plane crashes. Earlier, we watched the NTSB update about the New York plane crash. Not New York, the DC plane and helicopter collision. But the NTSB did give an update about the Philadelphia plane crash, which we didn't get to watch because I didn't have access to the video. But also we were talking about tariff stuff at the time. So I'd like to show that too. But let me just see if I have updates for you in the last few minutes here about the tariff situation. Hang on a moment here. Again, Canada has announced... I don't know if it matters. One of our viewers mentioned this. I guess I just saw a post that Bitcoin had gone below 100,000. I don't know if that has anything to do with the tariff stuff. I have no idea. I'm looking on my phone. The price of Bitcoin is currently 99,696.61 according to my phone. Thank you, Grevin Share. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Grevin thinks we can produce anything Canada produces. I don't know that works for the oil that way. But Grevin thinks that we can produce a lot more, I believe, that we import from Canada. That's what Grevin thinks. Thank you, Grevin. Thank you, Sergey. Sergey says, maybe these tariffs are not... Sergey says... Maybe these tariffs are really 5D chess and Trump is actually mad that Canada isn't buying enough drugs from the United States. That's Sergey's theory. Thank you. Hot Sauce is good. Who thinks Hot Sauce thinks the tariff on avocados is a tax on the cartel. They control a lot of the avocado market. I can't speak to that. Dutchy5504, thank you. Dutchy says, the petulant child is being a baby and a bully that is taking our lunches and our lunch money and supper money and wants to take our house as well. Wow. Thank you, MJ. Enough said. MJ, enough said, thinks this is 100% affecting the stock and crypto market. Thank you, Kristinapedia, who says, how will this affect prescription medications? So I don't know specifics on various things. I mean, I would think generally speaking, if you ask about something, I would say like if there's going to be effect, it's going to make it go up. But I don't know. The prescription drugs is a good question. I don't know. Lucas Malik, thank you, Lucas. Lucas says, my mechanic Craig said he will charge more soon. Prices 20 to 30% more from suppliers online. So far, they are saying. Moose's Backyard thinks the U.S. as a declining superpower is, this is our viewer, Moose's Backyard, who thinks the U.S. as a declining superpower is slowly isolating itself and pushing the rest of the world to become more united. How come the U.S. became such a dystopia, a country that cultivates a delusional self-image while being so destructive to the world in itself? Wow. That's from Moose's Backyard, our viewer. Rurally N. Yart says, I surrender, our viewer says, I surrender as a Canadian. This country died 10 years ago, and I'm sick of paying the price for incompetence in the government. We will never win against the USA. Trudeau is just a failed drama teacher that has spent all of our money. Stephen Christian says, notice how a lot of the things that we are talking about from Canada outside autos is not manufacturing jobs, it's basic materials. That's what Stephen Christian says. Stephen Christian sent me an article from Brownfield that says that, what does it say here? Tariffs will have major impact on fertilizer prices. And if fertilizer price goes up, that could increase agricultural prices. Wickedest Witch says fertilizer needs potash, and I believe a lot of that is imported from Canada. The article from Brownfield said that most of the potash coming into the U.S. comes from Canada. ChatGPT said at a U.S. tariff on Canadian potash could lead to higher prices for U.S. farmers who rely on it as a key ingredient in fertilizers. Higher fertilizer costs could impact crop production costs, potentially leading to increased food prices. Pip Johnson says liquor stores in Canada are run by the government. Yeah, I don't know that it's all of them, but I believe it's like most of them, from what I understand. We were looking, I forget who it was, but one of the premiers said that they're going to pull American liquor off the shelves in the government liquor stores. ChatGPT says it depends on the province. Each province has its own system. I do not know the specifics of all the different provinces and how they sell liquor there. Equinox says, in my province, they're private. Murph says, Trump said he doesn't need Canadian oil and said the U.S. has enough of its own, so why does the U.S. rely on Canadian oil? Yeah, some of the articles we mentioned said certain refineries in the U.S. need the type of oil, are set up to refine the type of oil that Canada has. Amy Rebecca mentioned that China is vowing to take countermeasures. AFP says, I might have this article. Hold on a second. Let me pull this up here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. One moment here. So AFP says that China says it firmly opposes the new tariffs imposed by Trump, vowing to take corresponding countermeasures to resolutely safeguard our own rights and interests. I don't know what those countermeasures are going to be from China. We haven't heard specifics yet as to whether they're going to impose tariffs or not. Stephen Christian says, by the way, America, you cannot grow bananas or get potash. Let's see here. Hang on a moment. Misty Blue says, I just checked with a friend at Air Canada. Lots of people canceling flights to the U.S. I cannot confirm that. That's an anecdotal report from our chat. The New York Times says that consumers in the U.S. could see a swift rise in prices for non-durable goods like groceries. They mentioned avocados. They mentioned cucumbers and tomatoes. I'll have to see. Is it going to cost more for me to buy cucumbers and tomatoes soon? Next time I go to the grocery, I'll have to see. Thomas Darwin says Trump should have responded by now to Canada and Mexico. He has not. Dad Gone Gaber says most Americans don't touch festivals. Hey, should we take a look at... give me a moment here. Give me just a moment. Trying to look at different things. By the way, the Wall Street Journal points out that in President Trump's first term, and also during Biden's term, smartphones and most consumer goods were spared on the tariffs from the tariffs on China. The Wall Street Journal says the 10% tariff on everything from China will hit smartphones for the first time and possibly cause price increases. Thank you, Macro Geek, by the way. Tracy says, I just ordered all of my seeds. Thank you, Macro Geek, for the gift memberships. Are people out there like ordering stuff? I didn't order anything in advance. Maybe I should have. Thank you, Layla, for your support. Thanks also to Larbeast on Twitch. Thank you, Larbeast. And Daredevil. Daredevil says, my superstore has been carrying only California avocados. I think California needs some love right now. Thanks, Pathless Cross, for subscribing as well on Twitch. Let's see here. Ooh, I have a little video. Hey guys, we have a video about tariffs. I think, yes, we do. Little Reuters video. How about that? Come on, let's do it. Short Reuters video for you. The article is right here. Trump imposes tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, risking trade war. Tariff collections are set to begin at 12:01 a.m. on Tuesday. All right, let me show you something about this. Let's take a look at this. They have a video with that article. Here is the tariff video that I want to show you from Reuters. Let's check this out.
Donald Trump on Saturday ordered hefty new tariffs of 25% on goods from Mexico and Canada and 10% on imports from China.
Hold on. You can't see it. You couldn't see it. Give me 1 second here. Oh, they have some, is it avocados in the video? Let's see. Hold on.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday ordered hefty new tariffs of 25% on goods from Mexico and Canada and 10% on imports from China, White House officials said. The tariffs are set to go into effect Tuesday. The move made by Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida threatens to ignite a trade war that could disrupt more than $2.1 trillion of annual trade. Trump is using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to back the tariffs, which allow sweeping powers to address crises. There is a carve-out for Canadian energy products, which will face a 10% tariff rate. Trump set the February 1st deadline to press for strong action to halt the flow of the opiate fentanyl and precursor chemicals into the U.S. from China via Mexico and Canada, as well as to stop illegal immigrants crossing U.S. borders. A model gauging the economic impact of Trump's tariff plan from EY chief economist Greg Dacko suggests it would reduce U.S. growth by 1.5 percentage points this year and throw Canada and Mexico into recession. Dacko said the tariffs could usher in stagflation in the U.S. and trigger financial market volatility. Trump acknowledged that higher costs could be passed on to consumers and that his actions may cause short-term disruptions, but said he was not concerned about their impact on financial markets. The tariffs are expected to hit everything
Avocados.
from avocados to electronics.
We got avocados. Look at that.
About their impact on financial markets. The tariffs are expected to hit everything from avocados to electronics. Automakers would be particularly hard hit through tariffs on vehicles assembled in Canada and Mexico. Their vast regional supply chain, where components can cross borders several times before final assembly, would further exacerbate these costs. Canada has drawn up detailed targets for immediate retaliation, including duties on Florida orange juice, a source familiar with the plan said. While Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has also threatened retaliation. She said she would wait with a cool head for Trump's...
So this video is a little dated. We now know that Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico has ordered retaliatory tariffs and non-tariff measures, but we don't know the specifics on what those are yet.
...decision and was prepared to continue a border dialogue with him. China has been more circumspect, but vowed to defend its trade interests.
Yeah, we don't know specifically what China's going to do. Wow. Running on Empty says Americans will start buying local. Our viewer Elite Chief Stark thinks electronics will skyrocket. Infrastructure will start to fall faster than the Berlin Wall. Cat thinks this has united all Canadians. Godless Monkey says inflation is here to stay and it will get worse. Hey, thank you, Grevin Share. Thanks so much. Grevin Share says, I looked at my Walmart products purchased yesterday. So far, I see Vietnam, Honduras, India, Pakistan, and Thailand. We are already divested from China. That's what Grevin thinks. Hey, Grevin, thanks for all your support. I really appreciate it. And thank you to Pale Rider. Did I say February? No, it's February 4th. February 4th is the day that that they take effect. Did I say February 3rd? It's February 4th at it's Tuesday, February 4th at 12:01 a.m. So if I said February 3rd at some point, I was just making a mistake. Because you can see I've been saying all broadcast Tuesday. Let's see. Susan Mans thinks China will negotiate. Should we look at, guys, I promised you I would show it. I'm going to show it. Our viewer Reagan Better mentioned that there's a report at, I want to just mention this real quick. The driver of an aircraft tug was critically injured after the vehicle was struck by the wing of an airplane and flipped over Saturday at O'Hare Airport, Chicago police said. That's sad. That's from ABC 7 Chicago. That's not good. I just want to mention that real quick. Michael Lauzon thinks the U.S. is going to feel like it's living in Russia. Black Irish says stock futures are down. And sent me a link of after hours futures. I can never tell with the futures. Pre-market stock trading, I went to the CNN link. According to them, the Dow futures are down by less than 1% and NASDAQ is down 0.25%. I have no idea what the market's going to do on Monday. Again, I don't know to what degree this has all been priced in. I also think there might be uncertainty in that some investors might think, well, it's not really going to happen. They might think the big thing is if it actually, there's no tariffs yet. They haven't started yet. They would start on Tuesday. So I don't know that anything that happened today wasn't already priced in by investors generally, except that it's another day forward. But maybe, if we get to Monday and it doesn't look like a deal's going to take place before Tuesday, that could be a big difference. But I think the real big question is, will this actually happen? Or will there be some kind of deal? Karen Moore says, does anyone really think that Karen Moore's our viewer. She says, does anyone really think that the U.S. can start producing any of these products that we have imported by Tuesday morning? If we had those operational capabilities, we would already be making them. Hey guys, do you want to watch? I told you we would watch it, and we haven't even watched it. Should we take a look at the I'm going to play it. Should we take a look at the NTSB update about the Philadelphia plane crash? By the way, thanks to Raina Hood. I appreciate that. And DE and Scruffherder, our new member. Scruffherder thinks, deal or not before Tuesday, there's damage here between allies and friends. It's like the Ukrainians and Russians before 2014. There's a lasting bitterness. It's a good question. I'm not in Canada. I don't have a good feeling for things. I don't know if any of our Canadian viewers, I'm sure our Canadian viewers have a better picture for that. I don't know if there's like a lot of anger at the U.S. right now. I mean, there was a video of people booing at a hockey game in Canada tonight at the American national anthem, but I can't speak to it because I'm not there. A bunch of our viewers are saying yes. A bunch of our viewers are saying yes, there is. Dayton says no, but a lot of our viewers are saying yes. PXN America says more at Trudeau for being a putz. Bruce Macklemore thinks it's overblown. Well, most of our viewers are saying yes who are answering the question. Dorado says if we alienate our closest allies, that kind of puts China in a position to offer up what we'd be tariffing at lower prices. Yeah, so, I mean, one of the provincial leaders in Canada, who we were reading a response from earlier tonight, I think said something like, one or more of them said we're going to be looking to new trading partners. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? Well, we've already seen one or more of the Canadian provincial leaders saying we will be exploring new trading partners. So I think we've seen multiple. I feel like maybe when we watched the British Columbia premiere, he said something about, I feel like one of those leaders said something about not being as reliant on the U.S. or something like that. So I don't know, you know, I'm not an economist, but from what I've read, you could have allies looking to build up their relationship with other partners. Steve Smith, you have to understand, Steve, if I read a quote from someone, that's not my view. That's the person's view. Okay? So if I read a viewer's quote, I'm telling you their view. That's different than, I'm not saying this is my view. Yeah. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. Oh, there's something, how many people are, John Bresnahan, who I follow, mentioned the National Association of Manufacturers. They represent 14,000 companies in the U.S., the National Association of the National Association of Manufacturers is the, it says here, they are the nation's largest manufacturing industrial trade association, representing 14,000 small and large manufacturing companies, okay? They released a statement about this. This is their statement. Manufacturers on executive orders to impose tariffs. Let's see what they had to say. They said, oops. There's all this extra stuff on the screen. Manufacturers understand the need to deal with any sort of crisis that involves illicit drugs crossing our border, and we hope the three countries can come together quickly to confront this challenge. At the same time, protecting manufacturing gains that have come from our strong North American partnership is vital. The success of President Trump's landmark trade agreement, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, has strengthened North American supply chains and bolstered economic power across the region, boosting jobs, wages, and investments here in the United States. Thanks to this agreement, 1/3 of critical U.S. manufacturing inputs now come from Canada or Mexico, rather than from competitors like China that often engage in unfair trade practices. But manufacturers are facing mounting cost pressures. A 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. Oops, I don't need this up there. A 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico threatens to upend the very supply chains that have made U.S. manufacturing more competitive globally. The ripple effects will be severe, particularly for small and medium-sized manufacturers that lack the flexibility and capital to rapidly find alternative suppliers or absorb skyrocketing energy costs. These businesses, employing millions of American workers, will face significant disruptions. Ultimately, manufacturers will bear the brunt of these tariffs, undermining our ability to sell our products at a competitive price and putting American jobs at risk. We stand ready to work with President Trump to ensure a trade strategy that reinforces American strength, holding bad actors accountable while preserving the gains of successful USMCA and advancing policies that sustain manufacturing growth here at home. So what they're saying is they rely on, for a lot of their inputs to their goods that they manufacture, they rely on goods from Canada and Mexico and also energy that they think is going to cost a lot more from these tariffs. And so this is the National Association of Manufacturers. Sonorous thinks they want a tax cut to cover their tariffs. Thank you, Neil Johnson, who says, don't understand the American mindset. Everyone charges us tariffs. Most Europe do not allow us to import to Canada, which charges us tariffs. And where, hold on, I don't want to be reading this wrong. It says most of Europe do not allow us to import Canada, which charges us tariffs, and where we are the big sucker. Of course, manufacturers don't like it, building the U.S. So Neil is in support of this from President Trump, of these tariffs. Thank you, Neil, for your support. I appreciate that, Neil. Thank you. Sorry, Neil, about my initial mistake. I didn't want to read your thing wrong. I don't know about, I know, look, the U.S., Canada, and Mexico have had a trade deal, which was first signed, a free trade deal, which was signed under during Trump's first term. As I mentioned to you, the Washington Post said that these tariffs, if implemented, basically are ripping up that trade deal. But I don't know about, there might be specific measures that the U.S. and Mexico and Canada take toward each other in existence besides the free trade deal. Let's see here. It sounds like Neil wants more stuff to be produced in the U.S. I think that's maybe what Neil wants. Let's see here. All right, so we have been covering both the plane crashes on this stream and the tariffs, and I do think, because we have not watched it, we should take a look at what the NTSB said today about the crash in Philadelphia, because we haven't even gotten to watch that yet. So let's look at that. This is, let me actually just fix this here. Replay of briefing. not particularly long, I don't think. This is the briefing on the crash of the in Philadelphia of the Learjet 55. Kem says, seems as if the plane came apart before it crashed, according to a new report. I didn't really have much time to do research on this today. My schedule's all screwed up, and we've been on the air, so I haven't had much time to look into it. And I haven't even seen this yet. So let's take a look at the briefing on the, I know the headline's about the tariffs, but we'll keep the headline up there as is. But we're going to take a look at the briefing right now on the Philadelphia plane crash. Oh, and in case you didn't see it, at least one person that was not on the plane died, and at least 19 people were injured, because that was reported, that was posted by the city. Hold on a second. Right here. Oops. You can see Mayor Sherelle Parker of Philadelphia posted this. We can officially disclose 6 perished in the plane. At least 1 more person perished in the incident. At least 19 treated at multiple area hospitals. Investigation active and ongoing. So certainly condolences to the families of all who were killed, and thoughts with all those who were injured. So let's take a look. By the way, thank you to Bebop and Rocksteady, who says, I'll back the guy everyone has failed to defeat, from the legacy media to attempts on his life and many proven hoaxes, always seems to come out on top and wants what's best for America. That's from Bebop and Rocksteady. Thanks also Christy G on X for your support. Okay, let's play this and see what, did I put this up there? Oops. The NTSB had to say about this crash. Are you ready? Here we go. Make sure this works.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Jennifer Homendy, and I'm chair of the National Transportation Safety Board. With me today is Ralph Hicks, who is a senior air safety investigator with the NTSB, and he will serve as our investigator in charge of this investigation. We call that the IIC. If you're not familiar with the National Transportation Safety Board and our mission, we are an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation accident in the United States and significant events in all other modes of transportation. Our entire mission is safety, to determine what happened, how it happened, and why, with the aim of preventing it from happening again. Yesterday, at about 18:06 Eastern Standard Time, a Learjet 55, Mexican registration, X-ray Alpha -Uniform Charlie India, call sign Mike Tango Sierra 056, was destroyed when it crashed into a commercial and residential area shortly after takeoff from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, with 6 people on board, including 2 crew members. Night instrument meteorological conditions prevailed, and an instrument flight plan had been filed for Springfield Branson National Airport in Springfield, Missouri. The air ambulance flight was operated by MedJets USA, doing business as Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, which is based in Mexico. They also have facilities in Miami. Let me take a moment to express our deepest condolences for all those who were impacted by this devastating, devastating tragedy. I also want to extend our deepest sympathies for all those who were injured in this accident. NTSB investigators began to arrive within 90 minutes of the crash, and I deployed a full GO team this morning. On scene is a total of 17 people with specific expertise in areas of aviation safety and of course, me as well. I want to say that I have really been moved by the outpouring of support for the NTSB over this past week. This morning, the U.S. Park Service flew me by helicopter up from DCA to Northeast Philadelphia Airport, and I really want to thank the U.S. Park Service because it was a very quick call and request by us, and not only did they fly me here, but they also spent some time giving me an aerial view of the accident site. That support extends to federal, state, and local officials here in the Philadelphia area, and I want to start by really thanking Mayor Parker and her entire staff. We did go over to Unified Command and met with her, met with the two chief deputy mayors and her staff, and I really want to thank her for her extending resources to us and for the unity that's here to get to the bottom of what occurred. I also want to thank the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, who has been very engaged not only at DCA with that accident investigation, but here in Philadelphia, and the FAA Acting Administrator, Chris Rocheleau. I also want to thank Governor Shapiro, Senator Fetterman, Senator McCormick, Congressman Boyle, Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management, Philadelphia Managing Director's Office, Philadelphia Fire Department, Philadelphia Police Department, Philadelphia Department of Licenses and Inspections, Philadelphia Streets Department, PICO, Philadelphia Gas Works, Philadelphia Department of Public Health, Philadelphia Department of Aviation, the School District of Philadelphia, Philadelphia Parks and Recreation, Philadelphia Commerce Department, Delaware Valley Intelligence Center, Free Library of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, the Pennsylvania State Police, the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, the FBI, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the Federal Aviation Administration, the American Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and the Fraternal Order of Police. As you can see from this very long list, there is substantial support for this investigation. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ralph Hicks for a few minutes to talk about the flight, and then I will return to talk about the crash itself.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a little bit about the flight itself. The flight originated at Opelika, Florida, yesterday afternoon about 12 p.m. The aircraft arrived at Northeast Philadelphia Airport around 2:15 p.m. in the afternoon. It was on the ground for a few hours and departed runway 24 at about 6:06 p.m. And it was, like we said, it was dark at the time and instrument conditions. The aircraft climbed to about 1,500 feet above the ground. We were looking at GPS data on the aircraft, a slight right turn followed by a slight left turn, and then a steep descent towards the ground where it crashed. The entire flight lasted less than a minute.
Thank you. So I want to stress this was a high-impact crash, and the plane is highly fragmented. There is a substantial impact on the entire community. The debris field extends 4 or 5 blocks. And I do want to stress that this is an active investigation scene. The debris is scattered. It is very dangerous. And so I encourage everyone to stay out of the accident site. It's very dangerous. You'll see over the next several days, possibly extending into weeks, where we will be collecting that debris, loading it onto a truck, and moving it to a secure location so that we can begin to do our evaluation of that debris. Now, I do want to mention we are still looking for the cockpit voice recorder. We have located the 2 engines, but for the cockpit voice recorder, we are still looking for it. It could be intact, but likely it is damaged. It may be fragmented. So if there are citizens or business owners or others who find debris, please email the NTSB at witness@ntsb.gov. That's witness@ntsb.gov. Now, I'm sure I will get questions about having 2 major accident investigations at one time. We are a highly skilled agency. It is not unusual for the NTSB to be investigating 2 major accidents. We have tremendous resources at both, and we will get to our findings, our probable cause, and our recommendations, and to a final investigative report. With that, I'm going to take questions. I will ask that you raise your hand, that you give me your name and your affiliation. Sir.
Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 here in Philadelphia. Are you classifying this as an accident at this point?
The question is, are we classifying this as an accident? Yes, we are.
Ray Strickland, CBS News Philadelphia. The IIC referenced the slight turn left and right before they crashed and then after taking off. Does that suggest anything to you guys early on?
The question is the path, the track of the plane, that it moved a little to the right, moved a little to the left. It doesn't really suggest anything right now. We just wanted to provide that information for you. Certainly we'll evaluate information as we continue on with our investigation. Right now, our focus is on collecting the perishable evidence, and that is the debris and what we need to take in order to conduct our investigation. Yes.
Mills Hayeswood, News Nation. Are you guys aware of any debris or anything falling from the plane before it went down?
The question is, are we aware of any debris or anything falling from the plane before it went down? We are not aware of that. However, certainly videos are always welcome by others who have taken them. We've seen a number of them online, but please, if you'd like to send those also to witness@ntsb.gov. Here and then here.
Ellen Kuojo, Fox 29 Local, Philadelphia. How helpful have neighbors or business owners been in this investigation? Have you talked to a lot of them?
The question is, how helpful have neighbors and business owners been so far in this investigation? So today is our first full day for us as part of this investigation. Certainly our other partners here have been speaking with businesses and residents, but not at this time. We may eventually. Yeah. Here and then here.
Brianna Smith at 6 ABC. Earlier today, city leaders mentioned that there was a remote area with debris where something happened with the aircraft. So can you elaborate on that?
The question is on a comment that was made earlier about a remote area and something happening with the aircraft. I haven't seen that comment, so at this time I can't comment on it, but at our next press briefing we'll evaluate it. Yes.
Jennifer, Jonathan Kersley from Channel 9 Australia. You touched on it briefly before. You're dealing with 2 major accidents now, 2 major collisions in the space of a couple of days. How do you deal with that?
The question is, how do we deal with 2 major collisions in a span of days? We are a very small federal agency. Most people aren't aware that we only have 436 employees at the NTSB, and that spans all modes of transportation. For aviation safety, We have a number of investigators because our mandate is to do quite more than the other modes of transportation where we're doing every civil aviation accident in the United States. We also do serve as accredited representative for foreign investigations as well. So in this case, we had to have a highly skilled team focused on certain areas that are at DCA for that plane crash, and then we have a number of other investigators that are not on call for that crash that we can deploy here.
Just as a follow-up to that, Chair, are you adequately resourced as an organisation? Do you need more resources to deal with incidents like we've seen here in the United States in the last few days?
The question is, are we adequately resourced as an organization? I will say that over the last few years, Congress has given us more funding in order for us to conduct our mission. That has increased pretty significantly over the past couple of years. However, we do need further increases because our greatest resource or greatest asset for the NTSB is our workforce. And so, yes, we always need more resources.
Have you asked the President, or would you ask the President for more resources?
The question is, have we asked the President? I mean, certainly, you know, our budget for more resources. I will say President Trump has been very, very supportive of the National Transportation Safety Board. I did brief the President this week, and he has indicated his strong support for the NTSB, which we appreciate, and we appreciate the resources we've been given. And certainly in our budget request, we will always hope for more. We'll see what comes. Yes.
I know you said that you're still looking for the cockpit voice recorder. Can you just talk about how crucial that is in the investigation, and then on top of it, the condition that it's in?
Yeah, so the question is on the cockpit voice recorder. The question is how crucial it is, what condition it's in. The condition could be fragmented, could be damaged. I will say we have an incredible team at our headquarters, our Office of Research and Engineering, who have significant expertise on repairing damaged cockpit voice recorders and flight data recorders. In fact, we're known throughout the world. Other countries send their black boxes to us to fix. And so hopefully, once we can find it, that's the biggest question right now, we can take that back to our lab and evaluate it. How critical is it? Certainly it's critical so we can hear what's happening in the cockpit. However, it doesn't mean that we can't continue our investigation and complete it. We can. It's just a piece of our investigation that gives us more information. Yes.
Are there any issues or any signs of issues communicated to the control tower before this happened?
The question is, was there any sign of an issue, or was anything communicated from the flight deck to ATC, the air traffic control tower? No. Nothing was communicated. In fact, in the recording that we have, there is an attempt by air traffic controllers to get a response from the flight crew that they didn't receive. Okay. No, so the question is on the black box. It's actually orange. So it's an orange box. But it could be damaged and might not be orange. And it could be in pieces. So that's why we are asking the public, if you see anything, any types of debris, because you may not know what it is, please email us at witness@ntsb.gov. Thank you very much. We will post on X when our next press conference is. Appreciate it.
All right, so not a lot of information that they have. They did say that, I think they said at the end that there was They don't have any overt signs that there was a problem. They weren't. I don't believe there's any kind of, from what they said, there's no kind of, like transmission from the plane saying they were having a problem or anything. And it was less than a minute. It was less than a minute. By the way, I do have a flight path diagram I want to show you from adsbexchange.com and Google Earth. Let me show you this here. So ADSB Exchange is a flight tracking site. Maybe you're familiar with it here. ADSB Exchange. You can track flights here. And if you go on ADSB Exchange, you can get files that you can put into Google Earth and make a flight path out of. I'll show you that in a second. By the way, a quick thank you to Actually Dan, who says she was super professional. Thank you also Adrian R. for your support very much for the gift memberships. Thank you also Huang Vincent says, can someone kindly explain why Trump is punishing Canada more than China? Thank you, Huang Vincent. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Yes, the identity of the third soldier on the DC flight was released today, on the DC helicopter flight, and I had posted something about that before. And yes, Rebecca Lobach, 28. That was officially released. Rebecca Lobach is the name of the third person on that who perished, the third soldier on that flight. Hold on, I can show you something about that. Soldier identified in DC plane crash. The soldier who was identified as Captain Rebecca Lobach of Durham, North Carolina. She was an aviation officer in the regular Army since 2019 and assigned to the 12th Aviation Battalion, Fort Belvoir, Florida. The Army had initially declined to identify her, an unusual decision that the agency said was made at the request of the family. But on Saturday, the Army said that her family had agreed to release her name to the public. That is from Reuters. Okay, and I'm going to show you the flight path diagram in a second of the Philadelphia flight. Thank you also, Prospering Woman, who thinks the tariffs on Mexico will bring U.S. companies back to the U.S. Trump is lowering federal income tax down to 15% to the companies that return. So I don't know if he's doing that, but he might want to do that, but you would need legislation for that. So maybe that's something he wants in the upcoming tax legislation, maybe. That would be my guess, because he hasn't passed any, no legislation has been passed for that yet. And I believe that would have to be done through legislation. Thank you also to Fish Tacos and Oxytropis for your support. Let me show you here. Let me show you the flight path. So as I mentioned, ADSB Exchange is a flight tracking site like Flight Radar 24. I use them both. They're both great. But if you go to ADSB Exchange, you can download these files that you can use in Google Earth to produce a flight diagram, which is a 3D flight diagram, which is neat. So I'm pulling up Google Earth right now with the ADSB Exchange data. And what I'm going to show you here is, I'd like to pull this up here. Hold on. Yeah, this is Google Earth. And see, look what you can see here. You can actually see the three-dimensional flight path. And it's a very short flight. It took off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, which is right there. And it got up to about, 1,600 feet. And then rapid descent. And there it crashed in the vicinity of the Roosevelt Mall, which is there. But there is the flight path. I mean, it was, again, less than a minute. But that shows you there. It's not a long distance. I think it's like around 3 miles. Yeah, I think initially it turned to the right a little bit and then turned. Yeah, there's a bit of a right turn in there. Then it turned to the left. I know that Blanco Lirio, which is a channel I really like a lot, Juan Brown's channel on YouTube, he did an update on this flight, which I have not watched yet. So I'm going to watch his video. And the flight came from Miami, and that's this path here. It came from Florida, I think. Came from Florida, and it was on the ground a few hours, and then took off, and less than a minute later it crashed. Joe Macello says catastrophic failure. Ivan DeGreat says it looked like a missile flight path. Yeah, it went down really, if you see the videos, it went down really fast and steep. Ruth Krafazzi says it was a great video. Maybe some of you have watched the Blanco Lirio video. I need to watch that. But again, this is Google Earth, and what you do, the way I did it is, basically you find the flight on ADSB Exchange, and then on the bottom left, which you're not going to see right now, if you click on a flight, it says export KML, and you choose the one that says Barrow plus AVG, and you download the file, and then you just import the file into Google Earth. Anyways, I'm sure you can find this online how to do this, but that's what you can. I did that by taking the ADSB Exchange data and then bringing it into Google Earth, which sounds complex, but it's not that hard to do. But it's nice to have that that diagram. I'm sorry I didn't have it yesterday, which shows you the 3D. There, which I think is helpful. That's the flight again. That's the flight path of the Philadelphia plane that crashed. Yeah, TJ Adams says download file, open Google Earth, file import. Can I do it for the DC crash? Let me see if I can pull that up. I gotta find the flight. How do you go? I haven't really done this on where I go back and try to find a past flight. 534. I know it was 5342. Oh, I got to find, maybe I would need, how would I search the past flight on, oh, I know how I could do it. Hold on a second here. I think ADSB Exchange posted both of them. I wonder if I can get both of them on the same diagram. ADSB Exchange posted both of them. Okay, there it is. So I pull it up there. Oh, I bet I can. Hold on. I bet I can. Yes. Yes, you can. Okay, I'm going to pull this up on Google Earth right now. Did this work? Let's see. I have at least one of them. You know, I'm getting one of them and not the other one for whatever reason. I don't know how this works, but I'll show it to you anyway. So this is the Google Earth for the, yeah, that is the Google Earth for the flight, the American Airlines flight. I'll have to look into, I don't know if you can get them both on the same, this doesn't have the helicopter on it, but it does have the, this is the flight data for the American Airlines flight. So it comes around here to make its approach to the airport, comes in here. I thought the other data might be on there, though. Maybe just because I haven't done this. Maybe I can try to figure out how to find it. What's the height? I don't know here. I mean, the actual height we found out is 300. They said in the press conference today the height was 325 plus or minus 25 feet at the crash time. No, we don't want that. Measure distance? No, that's measure distance. We don't want that. I gotta do some experimenting with this. Yeah, the 3D view is nice. I just thought that maybe we could see both of them. And maybe I'm not doing something to see both of them. But I only see one of them. Yeah, somebody asked about the helicopter, and the problem is I thought that what I downloaded had them both on it. And yet when I make your own map, then import both data sets. Again, I think both data sets are supposed to be on that in that data, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I can try real quick and just see if I can figure it out really quick. Where is it here? I don't even know. It's the... Hang on. Maybe I can figure this out. Here it is, AE313D. Where's search? I'll take one more second and try to do this. Here it is, Pat25. Oh, I think I found it. All right, let's see if this works. I think I got one for the... Maybe got one for the helicopter. Let's see if this works. I'm going to go to Google Earth and try it right now. Here we go. Here we go. Open local file. No. That didn't work the way I thought it would. That did not work the way I thought it would. I don't know why. I'm going to have to experiment with this. If somebody knows how to do this earlier, this is like the first day I've done this. I'll have to do some research on how to like pull it up and do it. I mean, I have the thing right here. I don't know why that didn't work. I thought it would work. Do one more thing. Try this one more way. Open local file. Yeah, I put in the helicopter and it's not working the way I want it to. So I got to figure it out. Play with the settings. Yeah, I don't know. I get, you know, it's, you gotta go to ADSB Exchange and download. You got to download the right data, and I don't even know if I'm doing that. Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened. How do I do this? I think it's getting 2 of them, and I don't want 2 of them. I want 1 of them. So maybe I can do it. How do you get rid of one in the search? How do you make one disappear? How do you make one disappear? I don't know. I need to make one of the planes disappear. That's the problem. I can't do that. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna stop trying to do this. I tried my best. It didn't work. I'll put it on my to-do list to figure out. Yeah, I can't even figure out how to highlight one of these. Anyways. All right. Let me just do a last check for we've been on for a while. And I'm going to check and see if I have any final updates for you, but I got to eat something soon. Hey, thanks, Brian Beelman. I appreciate that. Brian, thanks so much. And also Cats and Crows, who says, may you live in interesting times, make it stop. All right. I think we might be getting there. Guys. So we have been covering both of the plane crashes, and we've been covering the tariff stuff. We spent a bunch of time on each. But I think right now we're getting to the point where I'm going to start wrapping up this stream so I can eat something. And I'm not aware of any kind of huge update right now. So we will definitely be covering the tariff stuff. If it gets to Monday night and there's no deal, we'll be doing live countdown coverage on Monday night, because the tariffs are supposed to go into effect at 12:01 a.m. on Tuesday. So 12:01 a.m. on Tuesday. So Monday night we'll have countdown coverage if there's no deal, and then, if I have more updates about the plane stuff, maybe we'll do coverage of that, and who knows, whatever else will happen. But I really appreciate everybody joining our tariff and plane crash update stream. Certainly, again, condolences to all the victims in the 2 plane crashes, which happened in 3 days, and thoughts with all of those injured and everybody impacted by those plane crashes. I did want to mention something, which was this. Hold on. Yeah, I'm on this okay. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Sorry. Not going to worry about it right now. All right. So thank you for being here for our live coverage. Subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. If there's big news tonight, we'll go on the air and cover it. I'll be keeping an eye on it. So subscribe and follow. You can follow me on X for breaking news updates. I post stuff there all the time. @Lookner on X is where you can follow me for breaking news updates when we're not live. And I post stuff there during the broadcast too, a lot of times. @Lookner on X. And we turn on notifications. I never know when we're going live. in terms of when new breaking news is going to happen. I can't give you a schedule in advance, but you can always get a notification if you sign up for our Discord notifications, which are free, and you just have to sign up once, and you'll get a notification sent to you really every time, and they're really reliable. So sign up for the Discord notifications so you don't miss live breaking news coverage. The mods will post the link to sign up in the chat. You can also find it in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, but make sure you have those turned on if you don't want to miss any broadcast. And speaking of the mods, huge thanks to our moderators. They are always here. The chat is such a huge part of this channel, and we could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. It would never work. So huge thanks to all of our moderators for being here. Over on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical, Roberts May Queen, Cynthia Moon, and all of our other YouTube moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X, thank you so much. On Twitch, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Div. Huge thanks. And our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Christina Neal, Charlotte Webb, all of our moderators over there. Thank you to our moderators. And I really appreciate everybody who donated. That is super nice of you. Speaking of which, Alex Price. Thanks, Alex, for your support. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Thanks again, Brian Beelman. Cats and Crows, thank you. And everybody else who donated. That is super nice of you guys, and that is what keeps the channel on the air. So I really appreciate your support for the channel. Hang on a second here. Did I thank everybody over on Twitch? Oh, Shorin1. Thanks, Shorin1, for subscribing on Twitch. But again, thank you for your support of the channel. We have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord. A lot of our viewers like doing that. It's free. Check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications. So you can check it out. And thanks so much to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Thanks, Discord mods. Another good way to figure out when we're going live is to follow us on X, because I always post on our X account when we're going live, and I post updates about the channel there as well. At Agenda Free TV on X. At Agenda Free TV on X. And if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. And I'm going to show you how to do that. Hang on a moment here. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you need to do this. You got to subscribe first, but once you subscribe, you got to click this bell and choose all. So you click the bell and you choose all notifications. Make sure you have that checked if you subscribe on YouTube. Thanks also to our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. Thank you so much. Oh, Paul Anderson was modding too. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Our Facebook subscribers like Lou Green, Eve Richards, Robert Rial II, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you for subscribing over there and all your support. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers, Tegrity Farmer Bob, EMT Pirate, Wall Street Shaggy, Shorin1, Gina Pina, Tatermong, Douthus, Barnile 42 Meh, Jack's Animals, all of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you for your support. And also our YouTube members, thank you. Adrian R., Jane Nosewitch, Bluesy Girl, Jimmy ZNJ, UV Lightning, Lucky Minute, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Tallulah Abel, Wickedest Witch, Roger Shoemaker, CAC813, Fred E., Dark Cloud, Daniel, did I say John Flick? Aaron Hardy, Heather N., Hugh Crummond, C. Chase 70, Danny G., Cat Wilson, Jimmy ZNJ, Peter, Chung Peter, Raven, D's Ends, Getchapul, Kiwi, Deborah Balky, Cheryl Simpson, Denise Horton, David Gray, JT Cooper, Manic Miner, thanks for being YouTube members. Toro Verdi. Jen here. Brian Beelman. Jane Jones. Civlap. Blue Sky. Fermi's Paradox 1. All of our other YouTube members, thank you so much for being there and supporting the channel. Kurt, W9BBW. Emma Jackson, thank you. And all of our other viewers, everybody watching. Billy Joe Drage. Carol Thorpe Stankard, Nicolette Parker, Dennis McNeely, Diane Dietrich Fisher, Pixie T, Good Luck Duck, This Be Real, Rip Slayer, thanks Joe H, our member, JT Cooper, Josh Glasner, Chris N. Thank you to all of our viewers. Gary Baines. The Real Impact. Thanks for being here. And all of our other viewers, thank you. Jeff Catlett and others. So that is it for now. All of us in Canada and Mexico and the US and I guess China too will see how this impacts prices in the coming days. If these go into effect on Tuesday at 12:01 a.m., we'll see if that actually happens. We'll see if that actually happens. All right, guys. That is it for now. You have been watching our live coverage with updates about the plane crashes in D.C. and plane and helicopter crash in D.C., the plane crash in Philadelphia, and the update on the Trump tariffs and the retaliatory tariff announcements by Mexico and Canada. So more to come on this tariff story, and I will also keep an eye out for updates on the plane investigations. That is it for now. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.